trying to take its form. Having a startup is the new cool thing, but ousted maybe only by playing a guitar. And even guitar has been replaced by ukulele these days. So what is it? Is it a fad? I think we have certainly moved beyond it. So, in order to understand the future of entrepreneurship, we need to be able to see the bridge that links a startup evolving into an enterprise. And that bridge is an accelerator, and the process is called acceleration, which is also today's theme. So, Amalgam 2.0 by Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH is featuring 60 plus speakers from 17 countries, 90 plus partners from the entrepreneurial ecosystem, along with startups, aspiring entrepreneurs, and students to go along with us in this journey. The topics that we cover today are going to take you to what lies beyond the bridge and what is expected from the startups being capable enough to walk through it, the roles and the responsibilities that is. This day of the event is focused on empowering expansion stage startups. And in this crucial stage of startups, when they start coming together as a strong entity, it is very essential to recheck their alignment to their vision. And to bolster the development of the startups, it is important to make them aware of the opportunities and responsibilities that they have graduated to, for which this event came to life. Without further ado, please allow me to introduce and welcome Dr. Avarishi. Dr. Abarishi is the CEO of Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH and the chairperson for the Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development. She's a senior faculty with 27 years of experience in the field of entrepreneurship and international trade. She has a PhD, PTD-IBO, MFT, MIB, and holds an EEC from STVP Stanford University. She's among the few Indians to hold both a Chevening Scholarship from said business school, University of Oxford, UK, and a Fulbright Scholarship from India at Rutgers University, New York, USA. She has 9 national and international awards to her name, with the latest one being the Global Women in Leadership Award 2021 by Global Council of Promotion of International Trade on March 8, 2021. Now, I would request Abha ma'am to address our guests about Amalgam and AIC Vimtech's journey so far.
Thank you, Abhinav, and a very good morning and a warm welcome to our guest of honor of the day, Mr. Zoltan Gala. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. He's the co-founder of Startup Campus Germany. My very special thanks to him for kindly accepting our request to join us here today. I take this opportunity to also extend our most sincere thanks to all our 62 guest invitees who have or will be joining us from 17 different countries for the support and cooperation. So on that note, let me introduce the theme for Amalgam. These days, great business ideas can come from anywhere, but to encourage them, we need to increase the breadth and the depth of the entrepreneurial ecosystem by multiplying connections among entrepreneurs and mentors, and also improving access to entrepreneurial education, and also creating events and activities that can get all the participants of the startup community together, and much, much more. So in a series of activities to do this, Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH has been striving towards bridging the gap between the startups and the ideal ecosystem required for their growth. So in continuation with this, AIC BIMTECH is holding Amalgam 2.0, wherein all the entrepreneurship ecosystem enablers have been invited together. See, amalgam basically means a blending and a melding of various metals to create a new and a better composite. So here in this amalgam, we have brought together people from the government setup, the private players, and the other ecosystem enablers from across the globe who are dealing in the startup space. So they are going to discuss the issues, concerns, and limitations that they face, and also possibly discover new synergies to move together forward. So throughout these 4 days, we have 20 sessions. We have already finished 3 days, and we are working towards creating an actionable shape to this objective. Each of these 4 days is focused on one particular stage of the initial journey. So those of who have joined us since the beginning, you would have understood that the first day was about ideation, the second about prototyping, revenue generation, and the initial support. The third day was about market expansion and also about global market expansion. And the fourth day, which is today, is about acceleration. Each of the sessions have been curated, keeping in mind the theme for the day. In the 4 years of its existence, AIC BIMTECH has interacted with more than 200,000 or 2 lakh potential entrepreneurs, sifted through more than 2,000 plus application, and has supported 174 incubatees. These incubatees have created 700 plus jobs and have won 24 national awards. They've also raised nearly 11 crores in funding. We, as an incubator, have also flipped the survival rate. See, in the startup world, 7 to 8 startups out of 10 fail. In our incubator, we have had a 76% survival rate, and this is despite the pandemic times. So our action plan sees AIC BIMTECH as an important tool in the economic development of the area, as a means to create new job opportunities for the residents, create higher wage jobs, and contribute to the growth and success of emerging businesses. See, ideally, businesses that graduate from an incubator move out into the community and contribute to the overall vitality and diversity of the area. These new businesses and the new jobs that they produce create wealth through many multiplier effects that ultimately benefits the community. So the dream is big, and we welcome all who have the desire and the commitment to join us in this journey to catalyze the ecosystem and create an entirely new story. So with this, I again welcome our honored guest for today's session, Mr. Zoltan Gala, who is going to be talking about acceleration. And thank you, Zoltan, for joining us. I hand it back to you, Abhinav.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just make a quick introduction about Zoltan and then I can give the mic over to him. So, Zoltan Gala is the co-founder of Startup Campus Germany, as well as an EIT health mentor and a business coach at High Ventures Venture Capital Fund. He began his work as a project manager of university-based R&D projects in 2010 after earning a master's degree in international relations. He was the former head of the Hungarian export promotion agency's innovation management division. And in 2017, he joined the startup campus community as a partner and launched an international startup consulting agency in Berlin called Startup Campus Germany. Startup Campus is a global program for innovative businesses to support their international market entry and provide local representation, marketing, and PR advisory in major European cities. I now welcome and request Sir to please address our guests and throw some light on the ways of acceleration in Europe.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate and thank you for the invitation. I just came back from Sri Lanka a couple of weeks ago, and it is my third journey to this area. Unfortunately, the pandemic situation has a little bit decreased the opportunities of the physical business development, but I believe in the future we can working on this networking development. Thank you very much for the introductions, and yeah, I also would like to start with a story. Every startup pitch start with a story, so I would like to share my story. As you said in the first, I'm working in this startup scene in 12 years now. In the first 4 years, I approached it from the research and development part. So I've seen many projects we build up, fabulous and amazing machines, technologies, but many of them just stayed on the laboratory. Nothing really happened with it, and that was the first time when I realized that the product development and the business development have to start in the same day, and it has to work parallel. And because if you start the business development just right when I have a prototype, then it's way too long, so way too late. So that was the first thing what I learned. Then I start to work for the national agency. It's like Startup India, and I was the head of the innovation management part. So I've seen many startups. We help them to go abroad. We call this program. I don't really remember that. It was many years ago. But the thing is that the startup who applied, we paid for them the exhibition booths at South by Southwest, CES, CS, or all the big startup events all around the world. What we learned for them from that period is that if you go to even the biggest exhibition in the world without any preparation, you're just going to stand next to your exhibition booths and probably going to collect 100 business cards, what is for nothing, because the ones who went there randomly, they are not really your partners. So it was 3 years when we realized that it's not work like this, I start to thinking how I can handle this problem. And I realize if you want to go to the target market, you have to be physically there, or at least somebody have to be there physically. Otherwise, you cannot get the information what you need in this market. So the biggest market in Europe is Germany, and the capital of the startups in Europe, I can say, it's Berlin. So there are 18 unicorn came out of from this city only from the last 5 years. So we can tell. So if somebody wants to go to the European market, European startup market, I highly recommend Berlin. But of course, there are other big cities in Germany, München, Düsseldorf, Stuttgart, what are really on the the center of the different technologies. So it is my short intro, and based on this experience, I built up the consultancy company called Startup Campus Germany. I dropped the chat. Also our webpage and my LinkedIn, so you can get more information. And now I share my screen, and can you see it?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, perfect. Now I just have to move on somehow. Okay, right. So again, my name is Zoltán Gala, the co-founder and the CEO of the Startup Campus Germany. Startup Campus is an international accelerator. So we also do university programs where we try to find the talent. We have incubation programs where we used to involve corporates. So we called it Gold Triangle. One university, one investor, and one corporate. And these three, if we put the good talents, good ideas to this triangle, then it's used to generate the best results of the startups. But yeah, today's the topic of today's webinar is how we continue. Okay, we have a good team, received the first 100,000 euro, have a prototype, and they run out the money and die. 8 from 10 ends like this. So that's why I said before, it's really required to start the business development parallelly and go internationally. And it is what we help on. So who we are, we help to has the first steps in the DACH market. DACH, it's Deutschland, Austria, and Switzerland. So altogether, we called the German-speaking area DACH market, and of course, it is in the middle of Europe and the most advanced and biggest ecosystem in Europe. What is important? So the native and the local team. Oops, yes. It's very important that you have somebody who answer your email, who pick up the phone if you phoning them. It's very important. Also the existing partner network. So we are very active in the digital health and digital industries area. We can share this network with our clients, and the payload is also very important. So you can running a startup incubation program for 10 startups that you give them the same materials, same training, and they try to bring or take out the best what they can. But in the scale up level, in accelerator, you really have to provide a tailored service, because there is no blue book for the global scaling up. Every startup has to go on their its own way, and that's why it's very important that these schemas, it's not usable for in this level. And here is another key keyword: the business development. So here we are not accelerating, we are not incubating, soft landing. It's also, but I don't like these words. No, it's business development. Now, the end of this process, and it is what many startups miss, the end of this process to send an invoice for the client. So if you not started the whole thinking with this purpose, sending invoices to my clients, then it's going to be failed. So, and the end of the business development is that. And yes, we are München and Berlin, so you are welcome to our office anytime. And we analyze that what are the four main pillars of the business development. And here you can see this. I'm going to tell you more about this pillar. But in a nutshell, so I used to say it's not enough to be good, you have to look like a good company, especially in Germany. If somebody Google on you, the first five points, it has to be your company, your social media, your web page, of course, publications, also press release. So from every kind of channel, you have to be visible, because it's increased your reputation, or actually it is what going to provide your reputation in the first round. But of course, in a second round, it's not enough to looks good. You really have to have a network and be a part of the professional organization, civil groups. Really have to join to the R&D programs and R&D ecosystem of the industry where you are active in, because nobody interested in what's your technology now. The question is, what is your technology? How it's your technology in 5 years later? It is the sexy thing and the question. And if you have appropriate answer for this, then you are good. You can build your network. You're gonna be interesting for the member of these groups of this industry. The business development, what we called classical sales, there are long and big books about this, how we can do cold calls, how we can make sales campaigns, how we can do B2B meetings, promotion meetings, demonstration meetings. So it's a huge topic, and it is one of our biggest pillar. I can tell much more about it, but here one thing is important: the experts and the key opinion leader. So you always need somebody from the local market. In Germany, for example, experts who come with you to the B2B meeting and say, yeah, that is good. So on your side and validate you, support you. That's we call them key opinion leaders. I can tell you more about them. And last but not least, event management. It's very important. Germany is a home of the trade fairs. It's all the German cities is built up around the markets. It is still a very important part of the German ecosystem. And it's very important that if you find an event and decide to go, then all the marketing process, the business intelligence, and especially the business development have to focusing on this event, and then you can avoid the situation that you are standing your exhibition booth, hundreds of thousand people around you, but nobody cares your business, your technology. If you pushing hard these 3-4 pillars 3-4 months before, then you're going to have organized meeting for this event, because to be honest, 3 days long event means that from 9 till 3 o'clock you can have, if you don't have a lunch break, you can have 6 meetings. So altogether 18 meetings. If every hour you have a meeting, and that it's over. So it is what you have to fill up with B2B meetings. So they are one of the clients we work with from 7 European countries: Portugal, Spain, France, UK, Norway, Poland, Hungary. And it is what we do as a subsidiary as a service. So the answer for today's webinar question is what is the solution for the problem that the startups cannot, or it's very hard to scaling up internationally. So the answer is the subsidiary is a service. And maybe I have to give a little explanation what is this exactly. We realize that every startup who receive investments, there is a huge demand from the investors to grow and of course leave the local market and go internationally. So it's one thing what increasing and pressuring. Also, it's a lot of risk and a lot of money if you don't know, if you don't have any connection at this market. You have to launch a company, you have to hire the first employees, You have to pay for the accountancy, everything. So it can be hundred of thousand euro per year. Yeah, what we provide is a subsidiary for you, a daughter company, and you have to pay a monthly fee for this. So it is like a service, and yeah, it's looks like this method is works. Of course, it's not a final solution. So it's this program. It takes 12. This program takes 12 or 18 months, and then it's a decision point to launch a German company or not. But during these 12 or 18 months, you're going to find your first customers, you're going to be a participant of the biggest events, build up a network, and also build up a very professional marketing and communication, and your brand is going to be introduced in the German market. Here is our team. We work with many experts, sales managers, and so on. And I would like to speak about a little bit about the German market, because it's not a centralized ecosystem. So here you can see three hotspots: the main cities, Berlin, München, and the rural area, Cologne, Düsseldorf. These are the main points, industrial cities in Germany, especially the Ruhr and München, but they're in Stuttgart or Hamburg. It's also very strong economy. Yeah, we can mention the Mercedes, the BMW, or the Audi. So they came from this area. What is the relevant characteristic of the German market? So, as I mentioned, it's the largest economy in Europe, and it's a huge competition there. So, believe me, if you go to Berlin and go to the party or start to speak someone in the public transport, it's probably this person is from the startup ecosystem. They're working for a startup, or he or she has a startup. It is because, as I mentioned, there's a capital of the European startup ecosystem. So it's a big competition, but very, very founder friendly. And there are a lot of program, networking program, founding program for startups, for international startups as well. They used to ask, it is the German language is needed for this. I can say no. So as a founder, everybody speaks English in Germany, and especially in Berlin. Of course, if you want to build up your German entity, you need German partners, team members for this. Here, especially in the digital health, but in the digital industry, there is a high purchasing power. So it's not the price is the most important or critical things in the decision. It's more like reliability, transparency, and professional behavior. That's what the German consumer needs. and it takes time to proven this attitude for them. In Germany, the LinkedIn is the best known network, but also the Xing. It's for the industry members. It's maybe better. The biggest challenge is the digitalization. It's bureaucracy. Also, it's very hard. So it's simple cold emails. Nobody answer for cold emails. It's go to the bin immediately. And yeah, you have to take care of the data protection. So of course, many startups build on dealing with data, analyze with data. So if you want to do this in Germany, there are strict regulation for that. Here are the networks. What we get. As you can see, in every state, these are the 4 states what I just showed on the map. Has a multiplicator. So the state-owned office that have them. Also non-profile accelerators. Of course, the big for-profit accelerators like Techstars and Plug and Play. It's over there. Yeah, the IBB and the high-tech funds is the biggest VC investors in Germany. So these 2 names, it's important to memorize, but also the Wellington Partners or the NRW Invest. They are also investing to startups, and the biggest universities in these areas. Back to the event, because I always used to say the peak of our service is the event, because it is the show time. It is where our work is manifesting. So the in Düsseldorf, and you can see the cities that I just mentioned: München, Düsseldorf, Berlin, and Hanover. So these events also there. The digital demo day is a typical startup event. It's a very good team organize it, and it's always a big show. So it's not a industry specific, but it's a really innovation and startup specific event. The München Digital Health event is or summit. It's more like a conference, and the TU München, so the University of München is one of the founder and organizer of this event. It's very good for networking. The DEMEA, what is going to be in April, so 26th of April till 28th, it's gonna be in München, and it's all about digital health. So in the whole German region, and actually in the European region, it is the biggest digital health event, as a must to have or must to be their event. Of course, Startup Campus Germany going to have exhibition booths. We're going to represent our portfolio companies, clients there, and you are warmly welcome, because it is a very good insights into the German ecosystem. A little bit later, in end of May, the Hanover Messe gonna be is the biggest industrial event in Germany. So all about Industry 4.0, IoT, logistic, energy, mobility. And it's a world trade fair, so it's even bigger than it's not a local event; it's a global event. Electronica München, it's used to be in September in the fall semester. Also, it's as the name said, it's all about electronics and technologies. It's more like from the producement side. And last but not least, in every November, we have the Medica Düsseldorf. It's also a World Forum, so a global event. As you can see, in more than 120 countries, where up to 100,000 participants. So here it's all about healthcare and medicine. You can find. So these are the main events, but of course there are plenty of this. We have to always find the most appropriate one for our clients. Yeah, it is some questions we used to ask when we start to collaborate with a new client. What you done with your domestic market? So it's of course make no sense to go to the international market if you don't have a customer in your domestic market. So it is one requirement. We really have to see clearly the target customers, also who is the decision maker and who going to be a beneficiary of this of your solution. It's many times it's not the same, especially in the digital health solution. Most of the time startups targeting to the hospital, but actually the hospital is not interested in this technology because the benefits is for the patients, and the paying partner, or the ones who are going to pay the bill, is the insurance company. So it's two other entity, but still they focusing the hospitals. Of course, you have to engage the doctors to use this technology, but you have to see that who are your really targeted customers. So that's why we used to check it out first. Also, you have to have some history. Also, we also check your social media and see that, okay, what you communicate of yourself, what was your goals, who is your team, and it's good if you have a nice web page, but it's just not enough. Nowadays, you have to communicate your success every week, I would say, but at least every month you have to publish something. Yeah, what is your USP? It's very important. Size and the keywords, it's important. So it's also identified and help to find your USP. So what is the special words what describes you and your technologies only? So because if you do SEO of the web page, or put hashtag to the posts, social media posts, yeah, you have to use constantly the right keywords that describe you. It's recommended. And yeah, it is the question we always ask from our clients. So is your product is ready for the market? So it's proven. Even I used to say it's the business development have to run parallel. So it's not a problem if you haven't got a ready to market product, but it's important to have a crystal clear concept and the prototype. And again, at this phase, nobody care about what you have now. Everybody is interested in what you're going to have in 2-3 years, because of course, if you go to the new market, it takes sometimes years to get in. So the first question is, are your product is ready? The second is, are your organization is ready for this? So can you dedicate a person for this, at least in part-time? who focusing only to the DACH market growing. And the third one is, okay, do you have annually around 50,000 euro for this? So if you have a I don't know, $300,000 investment, can you invest 100,000 for the first 2 years for this project? If not, then you have to wait or go to other VCs. Related to the German VCs, because many times they ask me that, okay, here is our disrupting technology, I need a German VC. Okay, it's not like this. It is, yeah. So you have to build up your 4 pillar, and it is I already spoke about. So you have to have a sales strategy, a CRM with up to 500 or even 1,000 potential partner in it, where they are somewhere in the sales pipeline. Of course, you need key opinion leaders. You have to running cold call campaigns and different campaigns and see what campaigns are works, because it's you know, there is no blue book for this. You can learning by doing these things. And again, in the B2B meetings, there are special technique to make engagement with the clients. Also the events, so you have to be in the be a participant of the event what is relevant for you. And yeah, in the second year, in the third year, if you go to the same events, you're going to find familiar faces. They really going to believe that, okay, you're going to stay on this market. So it's nobody believes that if you go one event for first time, then it's a good start, but you have to continue the market presence with it. Also, marketing branding, I guess I spoke a lot about this, and the business intelligence parts you can see, but you can see the same points in our web page. Actually, it is how it looks like. It's just a draft, but as you can see, there are many actions goes parallel. And I always used to say the business development is like a beer brewery. So there are many ingredients you have to put in, and there is no two similar or yeah, same beer, because every company has a different taste, different business model, but the recipe and the ingredients are the same. And these are the main ingredients. Of course, it's yeah, there are more, and it's more systematic. Some of our success stories at the end. So for first kind from United Kingdom, we had to set up clinical research program with the Charité University, is the biggest university in Germany, based in Berlin. For Kinapict, we engaged many German hospitals to use their software solution. ECG from Norway, we build up collaboration. It's an ECG sensor, but also from France, Japé, they selling exoskeletons, and yeah, we sold almost a dozen of this exoskeleton in Germany, and now they have their own sales team and operate separately. But we Also with MySpira, that was a mobile app, and we find partners for them quite rapidly. Okay, so just to summarize what the goal of this webinar and this presentation, what are the 6 steps what you have to prepare if you want to go to the international market. So you have to have a good visibility. If you want to come to the German side and in German language, also ready to send one-pager and other marketing materials, and it's important that this has to be relevant to that market. So you have to use the numbers, the players of that market, because it's gonna be understandable for the local partners. Of course, set up the email and some local address. It's very important that, okay, for example, in München, we can provide you a company virtual address, and then register your company there, and then officially you're going to have a German office. Also, you have to know the market. And when you have a target group and a market entry strategy, you have to prepare a plan for this. And what we used to say, that we thinking always in the 2 weeks long rushes. So we set up the task for 2 weeks and then execute it, and then validate how it works or not. So that was my presentation. I guess it's a little bit over time, and there are some questions. Whoa, but it's very, very long.
So I think what we can do is we can definitely go through the first question that we have. Maybe someone has missed on the minute details that you have shared across the presentations. If we can give a crisp answer to this, which is asked by Nirmala. Which sectors do you work with? And if possible, please give us an idea of your consultancy fee and an example startup you help you scale up in that. So you already have given the examples. I think that is something that you have shared across. If you also can, specify again for the participants, what are the focus sectors that, or the expertise sectors that you have?
Yes, so primary digital health and digital industry. So this two segment is very close to each other. In energetic and agrotech, we are also, and logistic, we have experience. But for example, fintech or e-commerce, we are not familiar with. But the digital has digital industry, logistic, agro, energy. Yeah, we are.
Okay. I think there is another, I'll not exactly say a question, but rather an observation that has been mentioned by one of the attendees who have talked about the communication being, a major barrier as far as doing business in Germany is concerned. And I think you mentioned that the founders that usually you work with are more English speakers, right? They're fluent with the language English.
Absolutely, everybody can speak in English. It's not a problem, but still you need a German colleagues, German team member in the long run, and it is what we provide you, a complete German team. Actually, for every pillar we provide a specialist for our clients. So the Indian company going to have a German marketing manager, a sales manager with the analyst, also a key opinion leader, an event management and manager who is the same with the key account manager. So in every week, a whole team working on the business development, and that's the key, because it's many teams, many companies try to do it. Okay, dedicate this task for one person. He is the international business development manager, and okay, let's solve this problem. We want to go to the international market. One person cannot solve this problem because it's very complex, and you have to be on the target market. So this is the two requirements.
Okay, do we have another? Okay, so we don't have any other question. I think then we can conclude this session. So thank you, Mr. Gala, for
there
joining
was
us today.
one question, the pricing, and what I mentioned, that the startups who want to go to the German market, at least 40K, so $40,000 per year it's required to have for this, and at least for 2 years. So it is the level where you can cover the cost of this.
Okay, I think we have another. Okay, so someone is asking specifically about, if you can explain a bit about the business culture.
The third or second dias was or slides was about this. I'm going to send you the slides, and please share it with them. So again, it's very startup friendly environment. Everybody, so it's Berlin is a capital of startups. That every big countries has their own ecosystem, very developed. The corporates also very, and the universities very active players. So I can say it's a very advanced ecosystem.
So we'll make sure that the communication, whatever you share across, is something that is shared with every participant who's present here today as an attendee. And with this, I would like to extend heartiest of thanks for being able to join us today, and that also at an early time. We understand that. And the discussion that we just had, that now gives us a proper insight regarding, what to look forward to when we are trying to get into the European market. So that gives us a very interesting perspective into it. Also, I would like to quote, another thing that you mentioned, which I liked a lot, which is, how business development and prototyping is something that should be done simultaneously, and how you are not saying it in terms of stages as an incubation or acceleration, but rather than, all being a part of ultimately a business development. So that also kind of puts a better perspective into what to expect when you're trying to explore into the European market, and also what kind of support one should expect when trying to reach out to you
yes
guys.
Absolutely. So what you can expect also in the slides, that German people are very open and friendly, but if we talking about business, they don't do sudden decisions. So it's need times, sometimes long months. You have to get back, so you have to have a reputation and trust validation, because they thinking on the long term. So if they say, okay, I do business with you, then it's for decades, I would say. But of course, to build this up, it's a couple of years sometimes, and especially if you are new in the market, nobody knows you, then it takes time.
So thank you, Zoltan, again for joining us today. And on behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I would also like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants who are present here for accepting our invitation and being so supportive. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Ava Rishi for delivering the welcome address. And I would also like to thank Birla Institute of Management Technology, our host institute, and our 90 plus corporate and academic partners. Special thanks to our session partners, JIMS Engineering Management Technical Campus, our outreach partners, and our hosting partners, Zoom and Zoho. So I would like to ask you guys to hang on tight for the next session, which is going to be a fireside chat on the road to IPO, starting in next 4 minutes with the founder of Nazara Games. So see you in next 4 minutes. Thank you again for joining us today, Zoltan.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Bye. Over to
So
you, Pragya.
Nitish seems to have joined us.
Nitish sir has joined us.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, maybe he might be joining.
So maybe till the time, ma'am, if you allow, I can play the video so that our participants
Yes.
know a tour about, Atal Incubation Center. You can have a look and feel about our institution. Sure. Ma'am.
Definitely go ahead.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Nitish.
Hi, is this the right time to log in?
Yes, absolutely.
sure,
So
definitely.
we're just going to play a short video of the incubation center, and then Abhinav will take over. So we still have 3 minutes left for the session to start.
Sure.
BIMTECH has a profound legacy in the values of our founders. We stand not only for creating economic and commercial success, but also for social impact.
I've been engaged with AIC BIMTECH since its foundation. The life cycle journey of AIC BIMTECH has been thrilling in a way.
I have been associated with in a variety of ways. I have been a person who's talked to various budding entrepreneurs on their projects, how to start their projects off, the difficulties they face, the kinds of problems they have in scalability, and other such issues.
So it's 3:29. I think I will begin with the introduction for the session ahead, and then we can have the fireside chat session for the day. So sorry. So good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, I'd like to give a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, leaders, and participants. I'm Pragya, and on behalf of Atal Incubation Center, BIMTECH, I would like to welcome and thank each one of you for becoming a part of this event. So as my colleague Abhinav mentioned, that today's last day of the event is dedicated to the startup acceleration stage. We have a very intriguing fireside chat titled Road to IPO ahead of us. The landscape of IPO's initial public offerings is, to put it mildly, dynamic. For organizations looking to open paths to capital, particularly an IPO, it is critical to leverage the right insights to make the right moves at the right times. How do you know which is the right path for you? Is now the right time? What can you expect after going public? Get some of these questions answered in the discussion today. As many as 8 Indian startups launched IPOs in 2021, both in India and abroad. Every one of them had something for the record in the books. And now I would like to welcome and introduce you to one of the founders of a startup that raised its IPO last year, Mr. Nitish Sen. the founder and MD of Nazara Technologies. Nazara Technologies is a well-established mobile gaming company with headquarters in India and offices in Dubai, Africa, and Singapore. It is also India's largest mobile entertainment platform with over 100 million monthly active users. Mr. Nitish is also the trustee at Dr. B.K. Goyal Heart Foundation and Dhanvantri Foundation. He is serving as the member of the board South Asia in the Young Presidents Organization YPO. He has previously served as board director in MEF Mobile for 2 years and is an active angel investor in India Tech. Welcome, Mr. Nitish. It is our privilege to have you here at our event. Moving along, please allow me to introduce the moderator of the session, Mr. Abhinav Singh Rawat. He's currently working at Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH as AGM Marketing towards nurturing and providing supports to the startups. With an entrepreneurial mindset with a specialization in digital marketing communication for 5+ years, he has a natural knack for content creation and design. Putting an end to the curiosity of the audience, I would now turn the stage over to Abhinav to take the panel discussion ahead. Over to you, Abhinav.
Thank you, Pragya, for the introductions, and welcome, sir. Thank you for being able to join us here in a final day of the Amalgam event. I would like to also add on to this that there are a lot of questions that I have in my head right now, and from many different perspectives. Also from the perspective of gamer, someone who has founded his own startup, and also from being in the ecosystem as an incubator and looking at the growth of different startups also. So many things come into my head, and I would like to start from the fact that you have been in the industry for more than 20 years now. How you can see the difference between the ecosystem then when you started as compared to how the scenario is right now? What is this contrasting differentiation that you're able to immediately catch your eye upon?
Sure. So Abhinav, thank you for having me join today here, and it's a pleasure to talk to everyone. When I started 90s, 98, 99, I was 18 years old. I was in college in Mumbai. I just had a dream that gaming will be big someday in India, and that's why I started my company. But if you look at the market, right, it wasn't really ready for gaming. I probably started, I think, 10 years too early in this space. And what has changed since then is, I think, three critical factors, especially from the gaming business perspective, but also generally for the digital economy in India. The three factors was, one is device penetration, right? When I started 20 years back, number of people who had a gaming device was very small. Very few people had PCs or consoles at their home, right, to play games. And mobile phones didn't used to support gaming at that point of time. Fast forward 20 years, you've got hundreds of millions of people having mobile phones in their pocket, which are very good gaming devices. And I think that's a big game changer, right? Because so many people can access this content. The second thing is the speed of data. Over the years, the 3G has come, 4G has come, and data speeds have become quite good. Also, the cost has become very low, especially in our country. We have among the lowest data costs in the world, so people can freely use data on their mobile phones. That provides a lot of accessibility. And I think the third thing is, in 20 years back, digital payments really didn't exist, right? And 20 years later, India has made some fantastic strides in terms of development when it comes to digital payment ecosystem. Whether you look at UPI or other options that we have, they're far more advanced, and the uptake is far more than even what many Western nations have today. And I think a multiplication of these three factors really has thrown up a massive market that's available not only to gaming, but a variety of industries to take advantage of, which is why you're seeing this massive startup boom happening in India. The market size has become so much, and the enablers are fantastic. So I think it's a very exciting time to be in this space. And I'm glad that we as Nazara have persevered 20 years and we are still here to take advantage of this opportunity in front of us.
Definitely, sir. Building upon from what you just mentioned, I think we would like to go a bit earlier times when you just started, Nazara. We wanted to understand that how did your initial, business model look like? Because we do believe that, a lot of pivots have happened over a period of time.
Yeah.
So how, like, what was the original plan when you actually started with the company?
I wanted to set up that time when I set it up, the .com boom was happening. So I set up Nazara as an online gaming destination. I thought I'll have India themed games. So we had cricket, we had housey, and a variety of games like that, which were relevant to the Indian consumer. But these were all online browser-based flash games. And that's how we really started. The model was we will make money through advertising, brand sponsorships, etc. But very few startups really continue with what they start up with, right? The pivots mostly happen. And Nazara might have pivoted at least 6, 7 times in its journey of 20 years. So yeah, I think we've seen many changes in our business model. But the larger dream that I had, that India will be a large gaming nation, and it will have a large opportunity, large business opportunity, I think is really happening. We can see that happening today. And I think even today, it's very early days.
True, sir. Also, if you would like to answer this, I would also like to know which was the initial game that as a player pushed you in this direction, that you want to start a game of, maybe create a game of your own, or start a company, gaming company of your own.
In college, I started playing games at a young age. I was 6 when I started playing games. I was 7 when I started coding games. If I'll talk about games I was playing then, probably most of your audience wouldn't know them. But in college, I was playing games like Doom, for example, which was very popular in those days. So I would say precursor to what's popular today, right? Free Fire and all. We had games which were similar that time, and those are the games I used to enjoy playing.
And I have this question because I remember I started my gaming journey by playing Prince of Persia, the classical
Yeah,
version.
absolutely. I
Yeah.
played a lot of
So yeah.
lot of Prince of Persia.
Yeah. So if I have researched correctly, I think when you started planning this entity, you were thinking of doing your MBA.
Yeah.
So there is this continuous tussle that we see across the young entrepreneurs coming in who are fresh out of college, where they are making this career choice between choosing an MBA, gaining some experience, and then moving on towards entrepreneurship, or just jumping into it.
Yeah.
What is your take on it?
I came from a business family. It was tradition to go kind of, do your graduation and then go to the US for an MBA. But since I started my company in college, I could never get out of it. I started in 98, 99, the .com crash happened in 2000, and 3, 4 years were very rough and difficult for me. And I often say that, I did a more expensive MBA sitting in Mumbai and more enriching MBA sitting in Mumbai than I would have done even in Harvard in the US, right? So I think starting up itself is a great work experience. It's not necessary that you have to go somewhere for a work experience. And the kind of experience you get hands-on, trying to set up your own business is nothing like it. At least that's what I feel. At the same time, depending on each person's career objectives, they need to take their own calls. So I'm not saying that education is not important. It's extremely important. And over the years, I felt that had I studied more, maybe I would have learned better ways to negotiate, or better ways to, do things that I learned the hard way. But today, the opportunity to start up is massive. So you also have to look at the opportunity cost. And if you have a really good idea, or you're really passionate about something, then the time is very valuable. And therefore, you have to really think about it, because if you have a great idea and you go away for 2, 3 years, by the time you come back, that idea would have gone, right? And that opportunity would have gone. And there can't be a better time to start up than today at least. So, yeah, I think each one has to decide for their own selves, depending on, where they are and what they want to do.
Completely understandable, sir. And keeping in mind that the scenario has completely shifted over the period of last, 6 to 7 years, that definitely seems to be the case. And also in the current scenario, how the central government schemes are coming up, and otherwise also how the ecosystem is coming together, I think I would completely agree with you for what you have to say. if you talk about the vision of this company that, when you started creating it, how clear you were, or how far ahead had you thought of it, that, this is something that I want to create maybe in this many years, and were you successfully able to convert it?
When I started, there was, like I said, there was this huge dot-com boom, right? And it was, I thought in 2-3 years this will become a, fairly large company. In 2-3 years, we were nowhere, right? So just give me 1 second. In 2-3 years, because of the dot-com crash, we went nowhere. So I realized that you can't predict, how things will pan out. What is required is a lot of perseverance and a willingness to stick on to it for a long period of time. If you get success earlier, well and good. If you don't, you need to be ready to, stick on to it. I mean, it took us 22 years or 23 years from going from startup to actually becoming the first company in India to IPO. That was a long journey.
So, and then again, again, a follow-up question to what you just said. And this is something that, when I was doing the research about the company, I also come across. You took a lot of time, as far as, how your growth is concerned. You took a lot of time to actually move on towards the option of IPO. So what was the stage when you decided that, okay, now this is the next step, this should be taken?
See, one was, of course, you can only think of an IPO when you feel your business has reached a certain minimum scale, as well as minimum stability in terms of business, right? Predictability in terms of revenues, etc. So that's the hygiene, I would say. The second is from a maturity perspective, governance perspective. You feel that the company is, in a good shape to be able to go public. And third was the objective. Why do you want to do it? I felt it was, as this market was opening up, it was very important for one Indian gaming company to plant its flag, right? And say that, yes, in India, we have our own gaming companies that are large enough to go public. And it's not that we need to depend on Chinese companies or, other companies to come in here and just take over the market. And that was one of my key reasons. I really wanted to, I felt, having run the business for 15-20 years, we must plant a flag and showcase to the world that, Indian companies are coming to a scale where they can list, and, the markets can understand gaming better. So I think those things came across. So that's why we decided to list the company. We first decided to list it in 2018, and then it took us longer. So we finally landed up listing only in 21.
So with the advent of startups like Zomato and then Paytm, then Nykaa coming into and having their own IPOs, the buzz around IPO has suddenly started to increase a lot. People are talking about IPOs a lot.
Yeah.
And some startups, or I'll say most of the startups, are also now looking at it as an ultimate goal, that this is something to reach. This is a level to reach.
Yeah.
How much do you agree with it? Is it a journey that any startup should eye, or is it something that comes on with specific tweaking, or it comes on when it comes on? Like, what is your take on it?
I think the objective of any startup, a for-profit startup, right, is to create shareholder value and eventually create shareholder liquidity also, right? Because value on paper forever means nothing. And therefore, that can be achieved in multiple ways. As a startup matures, if it's a highly profitable startup, it can continue doing nothing. If it's a bootstrapped, highly profitable startup, it can do nothing but pay dividends to its shareholders, right? And that's a form of an ongoing exit, I would say, or ongoing liquidity for the shareholders. If the company has raised capital from investors, then it's obligated to also find an exit to those investors. Now, that can be done by the company doing a strategic sale at some point of time, or it can be done by the company going public at some point of time. So I think these are different instruments through which you can create shareholder value and shareholder liquidity. And any different startups in different industries, would find themselves conducive to one or the other instrument. So it's difficult to generalize it. If you're extremely, let's take a friend of mine, right? He runs a company called Zero Tha. Now it's 100% bootstrapped company. They own 100% of the company, and it's highly profitable, right? So they are not even in a hurry to do IPO or anything, because they can simply dividend out the profits to themselves and be happy and have full control of the business, no distraction, nothing. So different, some businesses may be private, but they may get some fantastic offer from a larger company, great valuation, synergies working with that company. So they may just get acquired by that company and not go public. And other businesses may feel that, they want to build for the long run. Being public will help them in terms of their credibility, in terms of providing liquidity to their shares, etc. And they may decide to do that. So yeah, different instruments for different people to use.
This kind of brings me to another very common question that comes across, specifically after the startup boom that we have faced, where, any entrepreneur or any aspiring entrepreneur who comes up with an idea asks for the funds first and then talks about the idea validation, or, how the idea structure needs to be put in. How did you raise your initial round? How did you find the money for Nazara when you
I
started?
mean, my initial capital, I was very young that time, and my parents supported me, encouraged me. They came from a business family, so they funded a lot of the initial cost. Beyond that, in 2000, we got a set of angel investors who put in about 1 crore of rupees at that point of time. Uh, and that was the initial funding. After that, we lost a lot of money because of the dot-com crash and inability to generate revenues. So there was a point where we were, 2, 3, 4 crores in debt also. And then we found business models that are profitable. So we worked hard, made profits, repaid our debts, and then grew the business. Then in 2005, we managed to get Westbridge Capital as an investor who put in $3 million in the company. And then we grew the company. By then, I'd learned my lessons. So I kind of focused on cash flows, profitability. And thereon, we kept building a profitable business. So we didn't need to be dependent on more investors to come in. Only in 2018, when we were starting to think of our IPO, that's when the big bull, right, Rakesh Uchanwala, invested a large sum of money in our company. That was so between 2005 and 2018, we actually didn't even raise any new capital.
I mean, that was also one of my questions which I had lined up. How did that happen? How did Rakesh Jhunjhunwala happen to Nazara?
Well, we had a common connect who kind of told him about the company, and he was quite intrigued about gaming. He's got young children, also young boys who are gaming all the time. So he could see the trend, how it is developing, right? And obviously, investors like himself spot trends early. So he liked that, and then he met me, and he really liked our way of how we had built the business in terms of cash flows and profitability. And almost most tech companies have been burning large amounts of capital, and we were profitable for over 10 years. So he really liked that. That met his objectives or his way of looking at companies, and that's why he invested in the company.
Okay. So is he involved in the strategic decisions also, or
No,
he's
I mean, now we're a public limited company, so obviously the roles change. But he's spent actively over the last 3 years, spent a lot of time and given us a lot of time, guiding us or mentoring us, giving his views, which is very helpful for us.
Another thing that, another question would be more apt to say that we come across a lot of times from the startups themselves is how to compete with giants who have deep pockets. Now, in your case, if I remember correctly, when Nazara was growing up, there is another company that I know existed, which was supported by Reliance. I think Zapak was the name, and it's still out there. Now, in such situation, it seems that you were in a similar situation. So how did you compete, or how did you keep yourself, in competition with let's say Zapak, because that gives a perspective into how maybe someone else can do it.
I think it was all about keeping your focus on what you are trying to achieve rather than getting very worried about competition and large players and all of that. Keeping your costs low, being an asset-light business. I often quote a quote of Muhammad Ali, which is "float like a butterfly, sting like a bee," and you have to be asset-light. You have to be fast-moving. when an opportunity comes, you have to move fast and grab it. As a startup, these things are very important. And if you can do that, then you can sustain and you can grow. At least that's what's been my experience. And we should not get overly bothered about competition, right? If you have your own confidence in what you're doing, you will find your own ways around competition.
So how does the current scenario, how does the current Nazara Technologies Limited look like? What is the strategy for the years to come?
So we have expanded into many different gaming businesses, whether it's gaming for young kids through our gamified learning vertical, whether it's esports, whether it's the freemium business. So we have 4 or 5 different business verticals. So we have quite a diversified gaming platform now. We remain highly profitable. We are growing fast now, 40, 50, 60% year on year. And I think, like I said, the tailwinds are a lot. Gaming in India will be at least 5 times the size of other, entertainment options put together in the next few years. So a lot of growth for the industry ahead of us, and hopefully we will also be able to take, good advantage of that and continue growing.
When I was reading about the company again, there was this term that came on repeatedly, that was Friends of Nazara.
Yeah.
Can you explain it a bit? What is it?
Yeah. So I realized a few years back that, in an industry that is so fast moving and changing, all the innovation cannot come from only my team. So I said we must partner with other companies and other founders and other passionate teams. And that's where the Friends of Nazara concept was born, where we started acquiring majority stakes in many companies. Today we have in 14 companies doing different types of gaming business. And they are run by their original founders and the original teams. We play more of a mentor and supporting role, but they're part of our overall team. So that's what we call the Friends of Nazara network.
So any upcoming gaming, let's say, startup who has a niche, or who is looking at technology from a different perspective, might be able to be a part of the club?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Adding on to this, another conflict that usually comes in, and it comes in after a lot of time in the journey of being an entrepreneur, is when the role of the founder and the CEO changes, when they start splitting between. You
Yeah.
yourself have given the role of CEO to someone else. So what is your thesis on how, when these two roles split, or what is the similarity, or what are the actual differentiations between them?
See, 2015, I felt that the company had a huge scope to grow. And I realized that I would need a professional CEO to come and help unprofessionalize the company and also add a lot more bandwidth. So my CEO, Manish Agarwal, joined me in 2015. He comes from a rock solid educational background. He's done IIM Ahmedabad. He's worked in large organizations like HUL. So he came with a very different perspective from where I was coming. I was coming more from a vision strategy, right? He was far more professional when it came to execution. So I found that him and me working together, really 1+1 became 11. And that really allowed Nazara to, accelerate a lot more. So I think every journey at some point of time, the founder should be willing to, bring in professional help and, work together and scale together. I think that's really these roles or these titles really don't matter, whether it's CEO or I was CEO for 15 years, right? And I was happy to give it away. It didn't matter. Now I'm the joint MD of the company, but it didn't really matter. It's really, if your company does well, whichever way, right? You will benefit, and your shareholders will benefit, your team will benefit, your customers will benefit, and that's needs to be the focus rather than getting stuck with things like titles.
And picking your point from when you talked about team, how did you manage your initial team? Because that is again a very common theme amongst the startups these days. Either they don't find a co-founder, or they don't know how to keep the initial team together, the founding team together. So how did you manage it?
See, when I started the company, there was a lot of dot-com boom. Everybody was interested in getting into this new world of technology and internet and all. So it was easy to attract talent. Today also, if you see, there's a big boom going on with startups. So talent is not easy. A lot of people want to get into it, But of course, good talent is difficult to attract as well. So as a founder, you have to be able to sell your vision. You have to provide proper structuring. Everybody wants to make wealth now. So ESOPs is something that can play an important role in building a team. And then of course, if the work is exciting, I think the youngsters today want to work and do something big. So as long as you can keep a very good culture and keep motivation there and make sure that they're doing work which they enjoy, then you'll not have a problem.
When when you decided and when you started planning going about for the IPO, how the Indian system did it? Was it as smooth as you thought it would be, or were there any hurdles that you faced?
No, I was very impressed with SEBI, for example, the regulator that manages IPOs and markets, right? Very helpful, very proactive, very positively trying to solve issues. So actually, I was quite impressed with the whole process. I mean, it is a complicated process and it's a very detailed process, and that's good because SEBI has put a lot of diligence and a lot of checks and balances. But overall, I have no complaint. I felt that there might be a lot of bureaucracy and all, but I didn't experience it.
Now that you're at the other side of it, do you see that there is any downside of raising an IPO?
Of course, everything you do is in the public view. It's if you do well, also it's in the public view. If you do badly, also it's in the public view. Every quarter you have to disclose all your results. You have to work with a lot of investors, a lot of analysts. So it does add, I would say, additional workload to your day-to-day work, which you need to be able to manage. A lot of compliances. So if you're not structured properly, if you're not ready for it, then you will have a lot of issues. But if you are, then it's not so much of a pain. I personally think that in any company's life, there comes a time where you have to grow up, right? And you have to be responsible. It's like even us as individuals, what we were as a 5-year-old and what we need to be as a 21-year-old is very different. We need to be able to take more responsibilities. And I think for every company at one stage should be ready to do an IPO and be able to take those responsibilities. So I don't see it as a big challenge. It's almost a year now since we listed, and we've not faced any major challenge or major downside.
And do you think that and you can answer this either from the perspective of the company or either from the perspective of being the founder, that there are any specific USPs or there are any specific skill sets which has helped you over the course of last 20 years to be where you are, or to be for the company to be there where it is today?
Yeah, sure. I think I'll talk about our DNA, which has helped us sustain for such a long time, especially in a difficult business, which didn't exist, like I said, for the first 10 years of our life. The market really didn't exist. I think one was our ability to persevere over long periods of time. Maybe we were stupid about it. Maybe we didn't know what else to do, so we were just doing it. It's not like we were very smart, but the fact is we really persevered over very long time, right? And many times I felt also, when will this monetize, and is gaming ever? Sometimes as an entrepreneur, you have a self-doubt also, right? That was will it ever take off? But we didn't leave it, and since we didn't leave it, we are here. If we had left it, then we would not be here. So I think that was one thing. The other thing is, I personally have realized in life over many long years of various experiences that the only path to success in life, whether personally or professionally, is to be an extremely positive person. You just cannot let negative thoughts come into your mind. And the more positive you are, the easier it becomes to move forward. And we've implemented that in many ways. For example, I'm proud to say that in 20 years, Nazara has no legal cases, right, against us, by us, because we've always had a positive attitude and we've tried to sort out problems positively. Problems happen, but we've never let ego come in the middle, create larger fights. Because if you spend just half the time in positive work, then full time doing negative work, you will make much more progress. So today, whether in personal life or in business, I don't do anything or make any commitment which would take away my sleep at night. So as long as that is my thumb rule, if this decision is not going to hurt my a night's sleep, then I'm good with it. And I think that does well. So yeah, these are a couple of things that come to my mind.
Okay, and when you talked about your 10 years of perseverance, I also another question that came up into my mind, which again is a very common theme in all the gaming companies, is because your primary consumer is someone who plays the game, but the customer definitely can at times be their parents, which is comparatively a difficult market to crack.
Yeah.
So did you do any awareness increasing activities at all for people to be more aware of this culture, or like what was your steps towards it?
No, see, today also we run this popular app called Kidopia, which is for young kids between the age of 2 to 7. And it's a gaming app, but it's also got a lot of learning components in it for the kids. So we obviously do try and create brand awareness among parents also in terms of how this app can actually be helpful, because parents have a perspective that this is all waste of time for their kids. So we do try and spread awareness, run brand campaigns, etc., to show how this can really be helpful for the kids. So we haven't done as much as we should have done, but in any case, I think the kids are very smart, and the way they picked up gaming in any case, I think they've themselves spread enough awareness to their parents.
Is there any company that Nazara aspires to be or wants to become?
No, I think we are very unique in our approach, in the way we have a diversified platform that we built. So are we able to compare ourselves exactly to any other company in India or globally? I don't think so. At the same time, I think we want to be a company that's run on strong corporate governance. That's something very close to my heart. Uh, I don't like debt at all, so we want to remain a debt-free company. I'm a little old school in thinking, and therefore, I want all our businesses to be profitable, to generate cash flow. I hate businesses that chase vanity metrics. They need to be real metrics and sensible metrics that we are chasing. And of course, a company that takes care of all its stakeholders, right? Whether shareholders, team, uh, partners, etc. So I think it's the basics that we aspire to be, and we try to be.
Can you mention a few of those vanity metrics which you don't pay attention to?
In the .com, when we started, it was all about eyeballs, right? How many eyeballs you had.
Yes.
And your valuation would be X number of eyeballs into whatever, multiple. Even today, what happens is, if I'm running a business where I have to spend $100 to earn $50, then it really doesn't make sense, right? To scale that business unless I'm able to get my LTV CAC equation correct. So we as a company, we work very hard to get LTV CAC equations correct in our business. Once they are correct, then we spend money to scale them. We don't first try to spend money to scale them just because we'll show some growth and we'll bring in another investor at a higher valuation. That's a good game to play till the music stops. When the music stops, it's a very dangerous game to play.
Okay. So if we talk about the new technologies which are coming in and the new directions which gaming is taking, be it AR, VR, or be it many other things coming in, what is it that excites you as both as a founder and as a gamer?
Yeah, I think there are a few technologies in gaming that or few technologies that are disrupting gaming in a big way. And as these come together, gaming will completely change. I think virtual reality is finally getting to a point of becoming a reality. Second, your entire blockchain, NFTs, metaverse are also technological changes that are going to have a large impact on gaming. So I see the VR plus blockchain plus NFTs creating a completely new metaverse as it becomes so popular today, changing the gaming experience completely. See, till now also we are playing games on a mobile, right? Which is you're playing a game on your mobile. In this new world, in the next 2 3 years, you're really going to be in the game rather than playing a game, and the whole world will change in terms of the experience that it offers and the level of intensity that you will be involved with it. So it's very exciting times. It will have a lot of disruption which will come with upside and downside. So all companies in that space have to be very careful how they are, looking at it and how they are approaching it.
Okay. So as far as the serious questions were concerned, I mean, we're at the end of it. There are two more of gaming related questions I would quickly like to ask. So number one is Xbox or PS4? PS5, sorry.
PS5, because I have a PS5 which my kids are playing at home. So so that's what I see. Yeah.
Okay. And then second one would be, which is the most recent title that you have liked as a game?
I like sports games. So I've been hooked to a game called Tennis Clash in recent times.
Yeah.
I've been playing. And of course,
Okay.
I'll say my own game, World Cricket Championship 3.
Definitely.
Otherwise, my team will not be happy.
I think with this, with this answer, we'll open it for the questions that we have from the participants.
Sure.
So we have one question from Vijaya, who's asking how the business plan works in this business specifically, and how are you doing your advertisement?
It's a complex question for our business because we have very many different business models that we operate. But at a high level, if you look at gaming, you can make money through advertising revenues, showing ads when people are playing your games, through in-app purchase, where people purchase micro items within the game, unlock levels, etc., or through a subscription model. So these are the predominant three models that monetize, and new models are coming play to earn, where you can have your own NFTs in the game and trade those NFTs. Those models are emerging. Yeah. So really, from a business model perspective, at a very high level, these are the business models.
The second question that we have is, and it's a generic question, it's not a specific question, but then this is, I saw many people get investment by idea, how to get funding in ideation stage.
I think today the amount of capital that is chasing startups is immense. In fact, there are more investors than there are founders, I think. Right. So I think if you have a really good idea and you are able to communicate it well, there is every chance that you can get invested. If you can do a POC on your own, even better, because a lot of investors like to see a proof of concept or something beyond just a concept level. So you can find some resources, some money to invest in it, and do a quick POC or a minimum viable product. The chances increase. And then there are many seed stage funds, Y Combinator types. Just yesterday I was talking in a conference hosted by 100x.vc that are doing investments at this stage. So there are a lot of options today. I think you just need to be very clear in what you are doing, and preferably try and do a MVP if you can.
Okay. We have another question that has been directed to us by one of the participants. They are running an online gaming platform by the name of OTP7, which is linked to real-time stock market. And they're facing difficulty in taking the things forward in terms of marketing and recruitment for technology upgradation, majorly because of shortage of funds as of now. So they are basically trying to ask, the ways how to tackle it, or if, you can take an example out of how you did it.
I think if you are already running an online gaming platform, right? So if it's already launched, then you already have a MVP in place. If it's showing any potential, then you should be able to easily raise, equity capital. Like we were just discussing in the previous point, that there's a lot of capital available. You should take this idea out. There are a lot of angel investors who are investing also. There are lots of online platforms now like AngelList or Let's Venture, where you can raise capital with your idea. And if you've already moved beyond idea stage into execution, you can always do that. If not, then if there is a way to monetize, then you need to figure out how can I monetize that, keep my costs extremely low. Since this question is specifically asked for a gaming company, you can feel free to reach out to me with more specifics, and I'll give you a more specific answer.
Thank you, sir, for answering that.
Drop my email over here if anyone wants to reach out to me.
Yeah. Okay, received it. So I think that brings us to the end of this fireside chat. And while Sir shared the email ID, I would also like to say it out to the people who have complained that cold emails don't work. It did work for me. So thank you, sir, for responding to that and joining us today here. And with that, Pragya, I send it over to you.
Thank you so much, Abhinav, and thank you so much, Mr. Nitish. I mean, it was an engaging discussion and a very interesting one, I would say. So, on that note, I would like to I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of AIC BIMTECH to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants present here for accepting our invitation and being so supportive. And thank you, Mr. Nitish and Abhinav, for actually making this discussion so engaging. I'm grateful to the speaker in the panel, Mr. Nitish, for sharing his experiences and providing valuable insights. And a huge thank you to my colleague Abhinav for moderating the panel discussion in such a wonderful manner. I would like to thank BIMTECH, our host institute, and our 90 plus corporate and academic partners. Special thanks to our session partner, GIMS Engineering Management Technical Campus at Greater Noida, our outreach partners, and our hosting partners, Zoom and Zoho. Thank you so much, everyone, and stay tuned for our next session, which is on SDG Shaping Ventures, Doing the Right Thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pragya. In the meanwhile, because we still have some time before the next session starts, if there are any questions regarding the sessions that have taken its course previously on the previous days, and also in anything regarding to the incubation, you can share it right now.
In the meanwhile, what I'll do is maybe I'll share. Thank you, Sayam.
I would like to request the people who have joined in to refrain from using any profanity in the chats. And I would ask the admin to please make sure to remove the attendees.
AIC BIMTECH has a profound legacy in the values of our founders. We stand not only for creating economic and commercial success, but also for social impact.
Been engaged with AIC BIMTECH since its foundation. The life cycle journey of AIC BIMTECH has been thrilling in a way. AIC BIMTECH has been thrilling in a way.
I have been associated with in a variety of ways. I have been a person who's talked to various budding entrepreneurs on their projects, how to start their projects off, the difficulties they face, the kinds of problems they have in scalability, and other such issues.
We have one of the panelists, sorry, we have one of the attendees who is basically asking, how they need a support basically in starting and scaling a startup idea. So I think what we can do is we can put down the email ID that you can choose to reach out to on the chat, and you can write to us about the idea. If you can present it briefly, either in the written format or if you have a pitch deck that we have created around it, and we'll be able to see how we can help around it. Also, just to maybe explore on the ways how the incubator helps the startup, I think what we can do is maybe we can take them through the presentation that we have otherwise.
Sure. So Abhinav, thank you. And I will take the participants through the different programs that our incubation center runs and how we help startups at different stages. Just give me a moment to share my screen. Abhinav, is my screen, the correct screen visible now?
That's visible, Prakir.
Oh, thanks. So welcome participants. Maybe I'll just begin with our incubation centers, when we started, a bit about ourselves, and then move ahead with the programs that we have. So Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH has a vision that is to create social and economic impact through entrepreneurship. And we have positioned ourselves as sector agnostic business incubator, which means that we help startups across sectors. We don't help startups in any specific sector only. So we are driven by Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog, Government of India's flagship program to promote the culture of entrepreneurship in India. So I would like to take you through a few of the success stories of our startups that we have that have been working with us since our inception. One of the startups that we worked with was Truck Suvidha in our initial years. And so these two founders that you see here, they came from a tier 2 city in India, and they were facing problems in expansion. And that is when they reached out to Atal Incubation Center for some help. And not only they got funded by GAIL, but today they also expanded in 7 different cities in India. So this is the kind of help that they got during our acceleration program, and they work very closely with the trucking community. So they came to us in 2018, and today, after 4 years, they're doing really well, and they've expanded in different cities, I would say, in India. Next startup that I would like to discuss is Liqui. It is an FMCG startup, and so basically they manufacture smoothies without any preservatives in it. And you can see here on the screen the famous singer Sukhbir Singh, and it was his first investment in this company, in this startup, I would say. And these guys reached out to us with their issues in distribution channel, and that is where AIC BIMTECH helped them out. And today they have a manufacturing unit with women workforce only, and they're doing really well. That in the previous, I think in Inc 42 Media in 2021, they were one of the top 30 startups to look out after. So yes, they are also doing great. So this is a startup from agriculture, Agritech Dhanika, and they work with 1,200 women farmers using zero budget natural farming. And during our program, they were able to raise funds through Wilgrow, amounting to 30 lakh INR. So next startup that you see here is ProBano, led by Aditya Bose. And ProBano provides career counseling to underprivileged students. And with our help during the program, during the IC BIMTECH acceleration program, they were able to raise 21 lakh funding by angel investors. And this year again, they are trying to raise another series. So the common theme, before I go ahead with all the stats of our incubation center, the common theme is here that all these startups came to us with their issues, and we were able to help them irrespective of their stage, their focus, their sectors. So that is where we say that we are a sector agnostic business incubator. So the current stats, you see that we started our operations on January 20th, 2018, and it's been 4 years since then, and we have received more than 2,000 applications from all across country, and a few international requests as well. And since, I mean, among all these applications, we have incubated to 174 startups. So you must be seeing that our acceptance rate is very low. It's just 8.9%, which is because we're very stringent with our selection process. We go ahead with startups where we see the potential in the founders, in the team, and that they're really serious about it. The different sectors that you see here is that among all these 174 startups and all the applications that we receive, these are the majority of the sectors that we receive applications from. So EdTech, AgTech being the largest, and followed by Green Tech, FinTech, and FMCG. So some of the stats of our incubation center, we've incubated 174 startups till date. We do have 60 international partnerships, conducted 342 trainings and workshops, and participated in and conducted 165 events. 14 of our startups have raised funds amounting to 10.48 CR. And these startups have created 800 plus jobs here. And among them, 25 of them have received awards. Now, coming to the programs that Abhinav was telling about, the different programs that we run for startups at different stages. So starting with, we have our first program called Coach for the startups that are at the ideation stage. So it's a pre-incubation program, basically a 1-month program, I would say, for any startup that has an idea. And if they want to validate that idea during this program. So this program is basically built for those startups. So this is the, I would say, the entry for any startups into our programs. And that is how where startups can go into different stages of our different programs that we have. So we have different expert sessions where we have different industry experts that come in and discuss the relevant business aspects, different topics revolving around ideation. So the next program that we have is Praram. It is a 8-week long program, incubation program, which is after Coach. So this program is basically for startups that are at an MVP stage, and they have evolved from their ideation stage, I would say. So it's an incubation program aimed to help startups convert their idea into profitable nature. And so we have different kind of benefits that are provided during this program, along with different expert sessions that are provided by industry-led experts. We also have one-on-one mentoring for the startups, and we also help startups get any legal help if they want to register their startups. We do provide that kind of help as we are supported by government. Our main agenda is to help startups, however way we can. So the next program coming to Gurukul. So Gurukul, also just to emphasize that the first 2 programs that I talked about are completely free. We don't charge startups for these programs that we run here. Coming back to Gurukul, which is the next program after Praram. This program is basically aimed to help revenue generating startups and to help them become self-sustainable and also help them become investable ready. So how this program works is that we have startups, we work on KPI based. So we sit with each startup, see what are the issues, what are the KPIs that we need to work on. And for this, to achieve these KPIs that we discuss with the startups, we have one-on-one mentoring. We help startups connect with different networks in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have a wide range of networks of VCs, experts, corporates, basically all helping in this entrepreneurial ecosystem, right? So we also help startups provide, I would say, global exposure as well. So we do also have, in case a startup wants to explore different markets apart from India, we do provide that kind of help there as well. Coming to our last program, which is Udan, that is purely focused on helping startups raise funds. So now once you are in the scaling up stage, you're already generating a good amount of revenue, and now you want to raise funds to grow more. That is where this program comes in. So any startup from the stage of ideation to expansion can be a part of this program. And we provide access to fundraise, access to investors with the help of our network. But yeah, this program is only for startups which are investment ready. So coming to the different benefits that we provide. So we have brought in 90 plus partners to provide different soft infrastructure benefits to our incubatees, to our startups, worth amounting to INR 10.2 CR. So starting from Amazon AWS to Zoho to different Exotel, Arthean. So we have a pool of corporates and where we can help you provide, different soft infrastructure benefits. We also have access to 60 international academic partners with our host institution, which is BIMTECH. So with these academic partners, we do have access for any kind of market collaborations we want for our startups. So we do have that access as well. These are the snapshots of some of the achievements and success stories of our startups till date. You can see here in the center with Amitabh Bachchan is our startup Pro Bono, which I just talked about, that tech startup. So he was also part of the KBC recently last year. Liqui that I was talking about, a snapshot that, the Inc. 42 media did post about Liqui being, the top 30 startups to watch in the year 2021. We were also selected for the seed fund scheme from Startup India. And this is where now we are able to provide grants, I would say, funds to startups in the form of grants and CCDs. So the monetary help that we can provide here is for any stage of startups. And you can log in, check our websites, go to different social media handles to see all the updates, how you can register for this scheme, how you can apply for this scheme for that matter. And basically how this works is that once you apply, uh, there is a selection process, and if you get selected, uh, you get a call, then you go through the selection process, where we have a committee of members who actually sees your idea, sees your pitch deck, and if they like your idea, you do get that help, that funding from us. So some of the recent initiatives that we have been taking, I would like to, I'm so sorry. Yeah. So coming back to the different recent initiatives that we have been doing, we are currently running a banking and finance for startup series, which is a series of 20 events designed to help startups engage with banks, help them understand the different schemes that banks have, especially for startups. And it is still running, and the previous events we have done with banks like HDFC, HSBC, Bank of Baroda, ICICI, and in the last week of March, we're doing it with Kotak Mahindra. So I would request all the startups to join in for that event and see what kind of schemes and help the banks are providing now for startups. We were also the execution partner for a 10-month program with UNGCNI to use SDG as a catalyst for the development of new products and services within participating organizations like GAIL and ONGC. We also work very closely with the state governments. We have been closely associated with UP government and Orissa government for that matter. And we have conducted one-day incubator program for 24 incubators in UP, supported by Uttar Pradesh government. Prarambh is one such program that we ran for the Orissa, on behalf of the Orissa government. We collaborated for this program where we helped Orissa-based startups provide access to market, different issues that they were facing while having any kind of market access. So this was one program that we ran for them. So I think we are nearing our time for the discussion. I will just stop sharing, and maybe then we can continue ahead with this discussion after our session.
There is a question that been asked by Rahul Shahi from cashbackpay.com. So they want to understand how they can apply for the for the incubation center. So Rahul, to answer your question and to answer the question for anyone else in the attendees who wants to ask the same thing, how you can apply for AIC BIMTECH, we open our applications 4 times a year through the coach program. Now the applications will be opened in the first week of April, and the cohort itself will start by May first week, right? So that is what we are looking at as a timeline as of for now. Also, just to give you guys a heads up, because you guys have registered for this event, so we do have your email ID. If you allow us as a subscriber, then what we can do is whenever there is an update regarding either an event like this one or any other opportunity for you guys, either as a startup itself or maybe any other stakeholder, we'll keep on sending it across to you guys, just in case if it is something that you can avail. So that is another way to go about it, because we will be sharing the exact details of whenever we will open the application process for the coming coach cohort. Uh, all to elaborate on some of the programs that we have done that Pragya has described. So, for example, that the one program that we did was Sambhav program, which we did as a bridging program between the PWD entrepreneurs who are persons with disabilities, and trying to bring them back into the regular ecosystem of entrepreneurship which exists otherwise. There is definitely a disparity between the two, and we have tried to address that so that they are able to see their venture rather than a mode of their survival to something that they can grow and nurture and actually make an enterprise out of. So with that intent, we ran a 1 month program in collaboration with an amazing organization known as ATPAR. And we are also looking forward to run another cohort with them, even though the specifics are not very clear on the timings when we'll be doing that. But I'll definitely let the word out there that in case if there is anyone in your network who would be able to avail such a program, definitely stay in touch with us, keep us in your mailing list, and we'll let you know so that you can reach out to the right person. On top of that, yes, we do a lot of collaborations, both in terms of internally, as in with the state governments, and externally, that is with different countries. Different countries, I think Pragya already mentioned that we have worked along with the South Korean government regarding inviting their edtech startups into the Indian market, and to see what kind of collaboration would you guys as entrepreneurs, as startups can have with them. So there is not only a learning or knowledge transfer between the two entities, but also the chances of getting expertise of the high technical aspects, or the funds that these entities receive can also be supported to you guys. So that is one aspect of it. Another program that we are coming up immediately after Amalgam, I think we don't even have a week's time, is a market testing lab that we are running with the Canadian counterpart. Under that, we are inviting startups in the deep tech space, again, exploring Indian market and seeing the collaboration that can happen. So these kind of programs we continuously keep on running from two main perspectives. Number one is to increase the knowledge bank and awareness of the Indian entrepreneurs themselves, that what is it that is happening in other countries. Sometimes we check competition only in our own locality, but then the competition is everywhere, right? So one thing is that to how to see things at a global level. Second thing is how to convert them into opportunities. It's not only simply a threat, it can definitely be taken into some outstanding opportunities where you get to either go global, or you utilize someone's expertise and put it into your own leverage it for your own growth, and then take it accordingly. So for that purposes, these kind of matchmaking events keep on happening. As far as internal programs are concerned, yes, we have worked very extensively both with the Odisha government and with the UP government. Odisha government, we have run acceleration program for them, which was Udan, specifically designed for Odisha-based entrepreneurs. One of the startups, which was Phoenix Robotics, also raised an amount more than 2 CR later on in a strategic.
700K.
What, sir?
Abhinav, just to add on, they raised 700K dollars, which is more than 5.25 CR.
Oh, so my
Yeah.
bad. I was misquoting and by a huge margin. So they have raised funds as a part of a strategic investment by the end of the program. In a similar fashion, we ran another program with the Odisha government, which was Praram. And that program basically revolved around supporting the startups who are into skill development and local entrepreneurship development scenario. So that program also we have run in collaboration with them. Similarly, as far as UP government is concerned, we have worked extensively with them on how to increase awareness about incubation centers amongst both academic and corporate entities, and how to help them grow an incubation center. So rather than only limiting to startups themselves, we are working towards how to actually grow more incubators that you can reach out to when you need support. So yes, these are some of the initiatives that we have been doing. We keep on doing many other events also. I think Pragya already mentioned the bank awareness session that we have lined up and is continuously going on. In a similar fashion, we are also in the process of starting a session on geographical awareness. So you will be interacting with different countries or different cluster of countries to understand how the market works and how it would be feasible for you to either go into that particular market as your potential market, or again a matchmaking or a collaboration, or what kind of benefits or institutional support is going to be there if you plan to do so. And in a similar fashion, another thing that we are planning out is an event known as Investor 2020, where we are trying to bring in a pool of investors. It will be a mix of angels and institutional investors who will share their fund thesis with the participants beforehand. When the proper matchmaking happens, in that case, we'll be able to, give both of you an opportunity to meet with each other and to give and to pitch to each other with a span of 5 minutes. So that's a format that we are working upon. We already have a lot of curiosity on that from both the aspects. So if you want to join in on the bandwagon, please be in the loop with us. So I think we are already have been quite a long time ago joined in by Kim.
Avinash sir, let me just add on to everyone. We also got the MSME grant. Like people can apply for MSME scheme as well. The application is live on MSME website for 15 days, and you can select BIMTECH as one of your host institute partner, and you can avail the benefit for the 15 lakhs. To develop your prototype, the schemes allow you to get 15 lakhs rupees for the prototype development. And once your idea will be getting selected by the ministry, and so definitely you will receive the fund for prototype development. Just to add on the things what we were saying. Over to you.
Sure. So now there are two schemes. There is SISF, Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, and now there is the MSME scheme under which we can actually provide funds to the startups who are coming in. So yes, I mean, that's something that even we are looking forward to. And as I was saying earlier, we already have been joined in by Kim, who is one of our panelists for the forthcoming session. I think there is what afternoon. Kim, are you audible?
I am here. Yes.
Hi,
Afternoon,
hi. Good
Mr. Kim.
afternoon. What time is it?
In my time, it's 13 past 12.
Okay, so we've barely made it to the noon and afternoon section then.
Yes.
So we are slowly and steadily being joined in by the panelists for the coming session, and we can then move on to our next
Good evening,
session,
everyone.
in which we'll be talking about SDGs. Good afternoon, sir.
Dr. Chandan.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just waiting on to the two other panelists who are going to join us. I think they still have 2 minutes.
Just for participants, if you have any query or questions, we put up our contact details. I mean, the contact number, Kapil has that contact number. You can reach out to Kapil, or my email ID as well, anil.singh@aicbimtech.com. You can write to us. We will reply you as soon as possible, and we'll discuss and resolve your query, whatever you have, and we'll support you.
So till the time we are waiting for our panelists to join in, for the participants who have just joined in, I'll just share a 2-minute short video of AIC BIMTECH to give you an idea that what are the kind of facilities that we provide to our startups.
AIC BIMTECH has a profound legacy in the values of our founders. We stand not only for creating economic and commercial success, but also for social impact.
I've been engaged with AIC BIMTECH since its foundation. The life cycle journey of AIC BIMTECH has been thrilling in a way.
I have been associated with in a variety of ways. I have been a person who's talked to various budding entrepreneurs on their projects, how to start their projects off, the difficulties they face, the kinds of problems they have in scalability, and other such issues.
Thank you, Pragya. We have received the confirmation from both of the panelists, and they are just joining us in a brief moment. So I think we can go ahead immediately then.
You guys have been having a great 3-4 days. Tremendous work.
Yes, sir. It has been fun. It has been quite fun. Both from the perspective of we had the opportunity to learn a lot of new things from very different perspectives. So that has been a learning. We initially framed the event for the startups, but we are benefited as much as them, honestly.
Yeah.
So yes, just continuing on that.
In fact, I could join in a couple of sessions yesterday. So
I did see you, sir. We did see you. We noticed you.
Right. Yes. Kim, you must be aware that BIMTECH was involved with UN Global Compact.
Sorry, which company?
Do you know BIMTECH, the organizers, they were involved with
yeah, with the YC program. Yeah, I know. That's what you talked about. Yeah.
Yes, they did a wonderful job. Of course, the COVID was a issue, but still they managed to do quite a lot of headway into discussing with the corporates the nine-month program.
Right. We had also we cooperated on one session together between the YSIP program in the Norwegian local network of the UN Global Compact and in India. So it was a very good experience. Well, at least that was the feedback from the participants. I also briefly participated myself. So I think it's a very nice program and very well done. India has more experience than us. I think it was the second time, I guess, that they did it, or no?
No, actually, it was even the first time for India also.
Okay.
So that was the first cohort that actually went through the YC program. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being able to join us today. Ashwini, sir.
Hi, Abhinav. Thank you so much. Sorry, it took me a minute extra to join.
Not an issue at all, sir. We are actually waiting for another panelist, Kanta ma'am, and I think she is also on her way. So as soon as she joins in, we'll start.
Sure.
Just to inform you all, see, I think just join and see is in viewer list. We are just bringing her back to panel, and might take a
Okay.
few
She's in the attendee
Yeah,
list. Okay.
we can see her message coming.
Yeah, we can see. So what I can do is I'll start introducing, and in the meanwhile she'll be also able to join us so that we don't keep everyone waiting. Oh, she has joined us. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I was here. I could hear you all, but probably I was in the wrong group.
No issues, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone.
Thank you for joining, ma'am.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you for inviting
me. I'll start with the introductions for this particular session. So good afternoon, everyone, and I hope that you have been enjoying the session till now, and it is just going to get more interesting. So before I proceed, I would like to introduce myself to the new participants who have joined in. I am Abhinav, and on behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I would like to welcome and thank each one of you for becoming a part of this event. So officially, today's first panel discussion, which is going to be the next one, is on the topic SDGs shaping ventures, doing the right thing. This theme explores the importance of SDGs in current business scenario and what role startups are expected to play in it. Which examples out there can be referred to as the ideal approach towards integration of SDGs with these upcoming companies. And then to answer some of these questions, we have a panel of eminent speakers holding immense domain expertise and experience. So without wasting any more time, I would like to welcome and introduce today's panel. We are joined in by Kim Gabrieli, CEO of UN Global Compact Norway. It is the UN Organization for Sustainable Business and the largest sustainable corporate initiative in the world, with close to 15,500 companies as members globally and 350 of them Norwegian. Kim has more than 15 years of professional experience in international cooperation, sustainability, political advocacy, and foreign policy, and has experience of working with the Red Cross, Norwegian Olympic Committee, UNICEF, and UN Global Compact. We welcome you, Kim. Thank you for being able to join us today. Moving on to, we also have today Mr. Ashwini Saxena, CEO of JSW Foundation. Mr. Saxena has 30 years of experience in designing and leading MSME development, CSR, and sustainability programs across various sectors, socioeconomic contexts, and prestigious institutions such as IFC, UNIDO, ILNFS, SR Group, and JSW Group. Mr. Saxena is well versed with the ongoing trends of corporate sustainability, IFC sustainability CSR tools, UN tools for economic and livelihood promotion, participatory planning techniques, various M&D frameworks, inclusive business strategies, project management essentials, and so on. Good afternoon, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Next, we have in the panel Ms. Kanta Singh, Deputy Country Representative for UN Women India. Ms. Singh has over 25 years of experience in the management of pro-women development programs. She has worked with national and international organizations to promote women in formal economy, sports, and politics. Ms. Singh's last assignment was with UNDP, where she spent 9 years. Currently, she is the Deputy Representative with UN Women India. She is a formal national level volleyball player, Shivning Gurukul Fellow from University of Oxford. Good afternoon, ma'am, and thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for inviting me.
And last but not the least, the moderator, our own Dr. Ajit Chandran, who is the managing director at Development Interlinks International. He advises NGOs, academic institutions, and companies on various areas, including mainstreaming sustainable development goals. He has experience of over 25 years working with a wide range of organizations, from grassroots level institutions to funding agencies. He did his PhD from the University of British Columbia, Faculty of Forestry, Vancouver, and has a certificate in environment management from the University of Bradford as a Chevening Scholar. His expertise and interests lie in environment and forest, community-based sustainable development, social entrepreneurship, and policy communication. And with this, I would like to turn the stage over to Dr. Chandran to take the discussion ahead. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Abhinav. And thank you, AIC BIMTECH, for conducting this comprehensive conference on for both the startups and for the startups. I mean, it's been a long 4 days, and I enjoyed some of the sessions you had. And I should say, a wealth of knowledge. Amazing. This is the fourth and the last day of the conference, the Udan phase. Udan in Hindi, as you know, means flight, taking flight. So in startup parlance, it is acceleration. And if I can take the analogy of driving, this is the phase when you have to be a bit careful and at the same time have a view of your long distance. You need to have your vision and your road ahead much clearer. So one of the things which is coming up in the global scenario right now, and something which 193 countries across the world and the United Nations being the key organizations taking it forward, is the Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 SDGs which were agreed upon and 169 targets. So, and 231 unique indicators. These are the frameworks which are something going to be very, very important right now as well as in the future. So in this session, we are trying to look at how SDGs are going to play a major role in the corporate world. We are joined by a very, very eminent personalities from across the world, and people from corporate, from the United Nations, and from UN Global Compact. UN Global Compact, as you know, has been in the forefront of helping corporates mainstream SDGs in their activities. So my first question, and I'll begin with Mr. Kim, is how can ventures design their business models to accomplish these imminent SDG goals?
I think we all agree that the 17 goals and 169 targets of the goals, it's just immense, to take it all in. How do we, as a business, what do we do with this? I had my own startup. I didn't even know about the SDGs back then, right? So where do we start? And I think the way we are talking about it in the UN Global Compact is there are at least two ways of trying to sort of categorize how to deliver on the SDGs. On one side, it's responsible business. Do no harm, do good things, follow the rules and the laws of your country, and make sure that you are compliant with basic rights of the workers, for example. And there are 4 areas of this in the UN Global Compact. It's the human rights, it's the labor, environment, and anti-corruption. So far, that is basically how we used to talk about sustainability or CSR or social responsibility back in the days. The new component, and that is the second pillar, that is how do you work on sustainability as a business opportunity? Or how do you work on sustainability as innovation? And I'm quite impressed about, about the 2% that the Indian companies have to put into CSR. But let's not look at that only as a philanthropic engagement. I mean, if you can use those 2% of money investments, so look at them as an investment into social innovations, into green innovations, where you can actually earn money on saving the planet and the people, so to speak. And I think this is sort of the core now, that we see that the traditional companies have thought about sustainability and CSR as something that is one person somewhere in the organization being responsible for it, until that we are now moving into this being a core strategy for the company, both on being responsible and not least also earn money on investing in the new solutions that do both, that are win-win solutions, both for the environment and the people and for the economic growth of the company. I think that's where we at least starting, that's our sort of framework when we are talking about it in the Norwegian context, I think.
I think we'll talk a bit more about CSR in the coming thing, but I would like to ask the same questions to Ms. Kantaji. Where do you think this SDG goals, and how can these ventures use it in their design?
So thank you for inviting me, and thank you for asking this question. I think when SDGs were being designed, there was I think that the world leaders knew that nothing can be achieved, particularly of these 17 goals, would not be achieved unless private sector is an integral part of the whole process. So you don't need businesses only for money. You also have to make them feel good. So while you are doing well, you also do good. I think that's very important. And companies have started identifying with the fact that they have a bigger responsibility other than making profits. So I think SDGs also give them the right platform, right reason to start investing in a sustainable future for all, including the businesses themselves. Because businesses will not survive unless the planet survives, unless there is peace on the planet, unless people are happy living on this planet. Who are they going to do businesses with? So I think it is a global call for action, not only for world political leaders, but also for the business leaders. Good thing here is that everybody has started taking it seriously, that they have a role to play. Because the money that we are making here, or the power that we use in our political space, is going to be of no use if people are unhappy. So I think one thing that has brought everyone together of course, climate change is one big agenda, but there are 16 other goals, and last one is on partnership. I think SDG 17 is particularly relevant to businesses. Anything new that young people are going to start in now or in coming years. And I really feel that, if you want sustainable future, if you want sustainable partnerships, if you want sustainable planet, we all have to work together. It cannot be either or, and the responsibility just doesn't lie with one particular class or one particular type of leaders. So, and I'll come back to my core area of work later, probably when everybody else has spoken, that women have a great role to play. And here also businesses have a responsibility to bring a parity in terms of women's share, but more importantly, using women's talent to strengthen SDGs. It's not just one goal that, SDG 5 that I'm talking about. I'm talking about women's share in every other goal, and not as beneficiaries, but as contributors. So thank you. I'll come back later.
Absolutely, Kantaji. I agree that this the idea that a few people are going to be involved is not the case anymore. I mean, the entire citizenry and in that the corporates are a major stakeholders in the whole area of SDGs. Ashwini, I mean, what's your take on this? I mean, how can ventures design this with a business model? And you're part of the corporate world, and how do you see this as helping you in designing this?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chandran. My privilege to be on such an eminent panel. I think, the SDGs for the first time kind of recognized that, yes, the corporates, the private sector does have a meaningful role to play, more than just being vendors to, to the public sector at large. So I think this shared responsibility, this shared sense of common action, I think that's a very welcome sign. And I think it was imminent because the way the social contract itself is evolving across the globe, where access to resources is getting more and more privatized. So therefore, the expectation also from the corporates is changing over a period of time. And I think as very rightly put by Kim and Mrs. Singh, a lot of corporates are already working in that space. To me, I think three things, three thematic areas which come to me very, I would say, broad kind of areas where a corporate sector needs to be putting its resources in, is number one, to look at a larger range of policies at that level, at the principles that the corporates have to be aligned with, in order to make sure that growth development is more inclusive and it's more circular. So things like anti-corruption, human rights, I think those are the areas which were never thought of in the corporate sector earlier. And but I would say a lot of thought process, a lot of principles, all those things are now getting into the corporate lexicon, and people are talking about it. Policies are coming up. So you have anti-corruption policies, you have human rights, and you have transparency and whatnot. So all that's one major pillar of corporate thinking getting into the space of development, because this globe is owned by all of us or inherited by all of us. So that's first part. The second part is what we like with what Kim touched upon, the 2% thing as a compliance of CSR. That's just to create opportunities of experimentation, looking at models and see how they can be scaled up. So that's about tinkering and looking at what kind of opportunities exist, and listening and looking at how those models can be scaled up. So while in a core business that cannot be possible, how it can be done at a smaller level, at a pilot level, and then can be scaled up. And that brings to the third element which comes to my mind, is how you can mainstream sustainable development goals as an integral part of your work, which is where you will look at all the concepts of how the opportunities at the bottom of pyramid can be looked at from the social aspect, how you can align your sustainability goals with your business improvement, your business profitability goals, which is where all your sustainability and climate change goals would get aligned. So core business itself getting reshaped, realigned, in order to make sure that all those issues which are material to it as a business are being addressed in a comprehensive manner, and that therefore does not create any what should I say, it does not create any incongruence between what you do as business action and what you do as a social action, or as a, I would say, a CSR action. And when it comes to CSR, I would just stop it at this point. I've got a lot of examples, the way JSW as a group and we as JSW Foundation are looking at things. But to me, three, four things come to my mind, which the corporate sector does certainly bring onto the table. One is not just the funds, but also a lot of expertise. And then the second part is the scale and speed at which it can operate. So big conglomerates can actually operate at a much larger scale than what was being thought of earlier. We ourselves are located in about 13 states of the country. So if we want to implement a program, we've got 13 locations to begin with the pilot immediately. So I think the scale of even experiments and pilots can be certainly ramped up with the involvement of the corporate sector, rather than doing small little pilots here and there through the voluntary organizations, which was the only domain in which the development sector was working. So I think these are the opportunities which lie there for everyone to lap upon, and the corporate sector to have a certainly big role to play.
Right. Yeah, I think that's very well spoken about the scenario which is available for a lot of us. And I think I would like you to continue and let us know a bit more about how CSR, the current role of CSR in attaining SDGs. What's your ideal vision of it? I mean, how do you think that this should happen in our country?
Thank you, Dr. Chandran. I'll start from how we are doing it in our small little humble way, with whatever resources that we have at our disposal. First of all, as I said, it's important for us to align as much as possible between what we do as business and what we do as CSR. I think, to me, that's the most important thing. And so therefore, the way we look at in the World Bank IFC parlance, the material issues. So if you look at JSW, water is a material subject for us. It's a materiality issue for us, because we are into steel manufacturing, we are into energy, and we are into a number of other such sectors where water is surely an important resource. And water is a very important resource for the planet, for the communities around, and so on and so forth. The fact that countries would be able to change their GDPs decreased or increased by 6% just by managing their water footprint, I think that itself talks about volumes about what is the importance of water. And the resources that are required, I was reading that around 11 or 12 odd trillion dollars is required, in next 20, 30 years, to look at water management. So for us, we looked at water as a subject, which is material to us as a business. And for sure, given the core sector company that we are present at so many tribal locations, water is a material issue to us. So what as foundation we have done is we've organized ourselves, our sectors in which we operate completely in alignment with the 169 targets, looking at out of those 169 targets, which are the ones that we are possibly going to be contributing, even if by an iota of 0.03% or 0.04%, doesn't matter, whatever little minuscule contribution that we may be making, but it should be fully tagged. So every single activity that is done by the foundation is connected to those 169 targets. And I mean, I'm just saying 169, effectively, I would say about 112 targets, which possibly we can be contributing to. So every single activity aligned to the larger picture. I mean, so each one of us in our own little capacities contributing to the larger picture. That's one. So that's in a sense a kind of a convergence automatically happening. The second thing that I wanted to talk about is how we are looking at water as a subject. So when you talk of water, you cannot be dissociating it from sanitation. You cannot be dissociating it from waste management. And so when we are tackling water as a subject, we are not tackling water alone from drinking water purposes or from watershed development purposes. We are tackling it in a totality. We are looking at how the rich to valley concept of water can be kept in mind. So watershed development needs to take place. Then it has to also ensure that drinking water is ensured. Then you have to also make sure that your water that is going waste, that is reutilized, that is recycled. So that happens within the plant boundaries also. We are a zero discharge steel plant. And at the same time, we also try bringing in the same best practices for the people outside, for the communities outside. So in totality, the water footprint on fresh water intake goes down. Therefore, it becomes more sustainable for us. And to take it one step further, the work that we do with our communities around, the farmers especially, we try how to bring in climate smart agriculture so that drip irrigation and those techniques can be used. So looking at water as a very comprehensive subject, right from watershed, water resource augmentation to water management. I think that comprehensiveness is what we believe is the key to making a real impact. And that helps us in looking at a whole range of other issues related to greenery development, to sanitation, waste management. There's another very interesting element, how we have picked up waste management also and combined it to our business operations. It's a technology that has been developed in-house and it is getting patented. And the idea is that when we do a lot of solid waste management, the plastic, which cannot be possibly any further recycled or, it will simply be going into the landfills. JSW Steel has developed a technology by which in the electric arc furnace, the plastic can be shredded and co-processed along with coking coal. So it does two things at the same time. It takes care of that entire plastic, which is actually going to go and clog the water bodies and create a hazard for the flora and fauna in the water bodies. That's taken care of. The methane emission that may happen because of landfills, that's taken care of. And we as a business are also able to co-process, because incidentally, this waste plastic has almost same calorific value as that of coking coal. So the whole idea is that you are co-processing this plastic along with coking coal, and therefore your material intake on a I would say on a non-replenishable resource like coal, that also diminishes. So there's a certain limit to which you can do that co-processing, but at least 20 to 30% certainly is the length to which we can move. So our entire waste management work as foundation is aligned with this requirement of co-processing of plastic and coke in the steel plants and in the cement plants. And we don't do it alone. We do it with a number of other cement companies in that region where we can supply and pass it on to them. So I'm just giving you one example as to how you can actually have a very comprehensive strategy around just one thematic area, which can then contribute into a number of ways, both for the business and for the community at large. Thank you so much.
That's a wonderful example of how CSR can be very effectively utilized. I mean, you're looking at the core activity of your company, as well as trying to see how the CSRs can be part of that. Kantaji, I mean, how do you see this as, I know there are many social dimensions to development, and how is this, we always used to think of CSR as a silo, separate one. Companies had their profit, they had a bit of money which they had to utilize in CSR, they did it, and there was hardly any connection between their activity and the CSR. That used to be the earlier story, but I think that's tremendously changing. What's your take on this, and how is it?
Absolutely, sir. You're right. In fact, a lot is changing. It's a pleasure listening to Saxena, sir. There are several companies which are actually aligning their work to the SDGs, and there are guidance tools available now to measure the contribution that CSR is making in the growth and development of a country. Unfortunately, the number of companies which are doing it so systematically are very few. And I would not blame them. There has to be a proper national level strategy to align these programs with what Government of India wants to do, for example. So I'm saying, if we know that health sector requires this much more investing, I think companies could be guided to invest in that. There has to be a national plan to guide companies on investing on gender, for example. Gender investing is very low. Just of the total CSR funds, I understand total 3% is spent on women-related programs. I'm not talking about the welfare programs where sewing machine is given or I mean, we have to move beyond that. Women are not just beneficiaries. Women are contributors. So we have to invest in their skill building, in their formal economy contribution, also women as entrepreneurs. So I'm saying it is still quite a chaotic place. People are working around their factories or their plants or their companies, and it's a very unplanned agenda as such. In total, a lot of money is spent. But because there is no scientific tool to measure the contribution that they are using, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, it does exist. Also, any step that a company or a business house is taking, knowingly, unknowingly, it either contributes to the environment or it degrades the environment negatively, So I'm saying companies also need guidance from time to time. Also, there has to be some force, some agency, some platform looking at the funding in different sectors, and that needs to be aligned to where the gap is right now. And that's still a gap, I'm saying, because I don't think we are doing it right. Having said that, there are a lot of positives now. One, because in general, private sector has come around and they have understand that's a shared future. We cannot, live alone. There are green bonds. There are gender bonds that are being launched. There are innovative finance models that are emerging. So I'm saying there's a lot to cheer up for. There's a lot that needs to be strengthened. It's a journey. I'm sure we will reach there when things will reach that stage. But yeah, I think little more investment and thought should go into how the money is spent. And many a times, even business houses don't know what to do with the 3 crore rupees that they have that they need to spend on. And that's how the welfare approach still continues, which is not planned, which is not counted, which doesn't get measured. So that's my take on this.
Yeah. I think, Kantaji, you touched upon very, very important and key elements. I mean, of course, this is a starting phase. We can't say it is starting. We have been talking about sustainable development for decades now. But in terms of it being more corporatized or getting the corporate world into the development agenda, that is somewhere we are at that level of intersection. And you rightly brought in the whole situation where, as Ashwini ji said, I mean, there's a certain amount of experiments happening, and that's hopefully that should inform us as to where we should go ahead and be taking the important steps. I mean, funding, you did say, and measurement, you did say some. These are all very important things for us to be informed about how to do the planning later. And actually, Kim, I mean, that's where I know that you've been working with corporates, many, not one, many of them,
Many.
and you would be having a fair good of idea of what are the challenges and what's happening in this area. I mean, how can this, can you add upon what Ashwiniji and Kanta Singh said about, from your perspective, from Norway, how it's happening?
Yeah, I think there's 2 points of view, perhaps. I very much agree with what Mrs. Singh and Mr. Saxena was saying. We need to go from giving money to an organization to to make this core business. I think that is. So when we're talking about water, we are not talking about giving money to UNICEF to do a wash. We are talking about creating, new ways of cleaning the water, new ways of making sure we can use the water in different ways, new tablets for whatever, everything that is. So really making products or responding to the products that are needed. And what the first perspective is the SDGs, what are they really? Usually they are presented as the first time in the world that the leaders of the world came together and actually made a plan for the world. Fantastic. But it's also the best business plan of our times, because it sums up more or less all the problems humanity has. And what does companies do? They deliver solutions to the problems because people want to solve their problems and want to pay for it. So if you want internet in the whole world, as it basically says in the SDGs, somebody has to deliver those internet cables or whatever. And we can go just, so there's a whole list of all the things you need. If you want to halven the food waste in the world, you need to create systems for that. So there's a huge amount of opportunities here. But the other thing that is very clear in the SDGs is that we can't do that alone. And I think this is where I hear also Ms. Singh is saying, we need to create sort of, how do you bring everybody on board? And I think this is about creating an ecosystem of companies going together and saying, we're going to invest in this, we're going to create sustainable cities fund, or there are many Norwegian companies now that are setting up, or finance actors that are setting up joint ventures or joint funds to invest in sustainable solutions. We need to create an environment, the ecosystem for SMEs and startups to earn their money in the good things. We need to move them into that area, and that's where the investors and also the large companies have a huge role to play in their value chain. So on one side, they can ask, for example, one of the largest Norwegian companies, Hydro, which is in aluminium and mining, they have 25,000 suppliers, 25,000 of them. Can you imagine if they ask all of them to set science-based targets on climate? If they, what sort of effect would that have, instead of each and one of the companies are working alone? Or if the largest finance sector in Norway, which is one of the largest one in the Nordic countries, so it's not that small, if they say that we're going to invest, going to use 2%, for example, then, of our work into solutions on how to ensure that more women are getting on boards or being entrepreneurs, or doing programs like young SDG innovators program, like we are doing together with many of our companies to come up with solutions that are based on sustainability. And at the same time, a lot of people are asking for them. So there's a lot of money to earn on these solutions. So I think we are coming back to the same as the 2 other speakers have been saying, and that is create an ecosystem, bring them on board, scale together, not in an individual company, and see the SDGs as a business plan, not as a political agreement between the world's leader, which it also is. But I think these are the 2 perspectives I would bring into this conversation.
Right. May I ask you a bit more about how the companies are doing with their CSR? I mean, are they doing activities which mitigate their action, or is it completely a different SDG related social venture which they have when they're using their corporate social responsibility or the funds they have for that?
if you ask me now, there is not really I think it's the CSR concept is sort of outdated in Norwegian discourse, I would say. It's not a term anymore. So you're talking about, on one side, being responsible. Let me take an example from Telenor, which is the Norwegian telecom company that is also the largest provider of telecom service, one of the largest ones in Pakistan and Bangladesh. And they have said, okay, we are now going to give all the female employees in the world maternal leave according to Norwegian rules, which is at least 6 months paid maternal leave. They are not following the rules of the country, so it would mean it would mean in India or in Pakistan or in the US they will still get 6 months. That costs a lot of money. But that's not something they put into 2%. This is an internal part of their core business, right? So that's one example on the sort of responsible side. This is something that is in part of the whole business or the core business they're doing. So it's not earmarked as CSR, or it's just a part of the whole strategy. So that's on the sort of responsible side. And then if you look at Storebrand, which is another large investor, they are not setting a way 2% into the sustainable business fund they have. No, that is because they're earning money on this. So they are not setting, this is not taken from the SDG budget or something. This is core business. They have higher returns on many of the climate funds they are investing than on the non-sustainable ones. And this is where we're heading, right? We're heading to a place where the people that get 6 months maternal leave paid in another country are becoming extremely loyal. They are staying. They are most likely very highly skilled compared to many of the other compatriots and are very interesting for other companies, but they're staying in Telenor because they know if they're going to get a kid, at some point they will have 6 months of maternal leave. And this is, I think, where we are heading, also for smaller businesses in the Norwegian context, but also globally, that people want to live their lives at the same time as they want to be driving change instead of investing in things that are negative for them and the environment around the company. And if you can do that while you're earning money, it's a fantastic opportunity that we haven't had before to that extent. So I think this is coming back to that sort of, like Saxina also said, put it into the core of your business. And it's possible for small businesses as well, right? Like, there's so many good examples of small businesses having just one product that is solving one small problem for people, and they're earning money on it. Being it, the text messages, the mobile pay idea that came out of Safaricom in Africa, just using the old technology in a new way, and suddenly they become world famous for that. It's very environmentally friendly because you're using, you are reaching out to people without having to go there, send papers. You can use it in so multiple ways. So there's so many good examples of how you can earn money on this.
Great. So actually what I understand is the companies are more now fine-tuned to incorporate the SDGs into their core activities, rather than keeping a certain amount of money into CSR activities, which may or may not be connected with their core activity. I mean, that's fantastic, and probably directly impacting their consumers as well as their own clients and their company itself directly. So that in India, of course, that is not the stage, I suppose. And I would ask this with Kantaji. I mean, we have a situation where we have companies having this certain amount of money which have to be used as CSRs. I mean, that is the stage we are in. And the question is how they are going to utilize those things. I mean, is those funds available for startups? Are there avenues where startups can tap onto these CSR funds?
Yeah, so I think Government of India has already defined as to where the CSR money could be spent. There are categories, and I'm sure innovations and young people getting into business is promoted. But see, even CSR needs to comply with the rules. There are set parameters on which CSR has to be reported. I don't think the young entrepreneurs can come in that category because you have to have 3 years of your accounts and everything being. And if they are, Mr. Saxena, I'm sure you know it better because I'm not very sure. But I'm saying even for young people, there are many opportunities now. It's just two things I think many people don't know where those opportunities lie. I'm not talking about the VC funding. I'm talking about several other incubation approaches that have been taken by either individual business houses or even individuals. But sir will correct me there. I'm not going there. I'm just saying if we have 1 year of CSR funding like last year everybody gave for COVID relief, I'm saying if the corporates can fund 1 year for gender-related programs, just 1 year, it will have a huge impact in the national economy in that sense. Because there are two major reasons that India is getting lower and lower year after year in the gender indices across the globe. One is women's labor force participation, because of which India is at 141 spot out of 149 countries ranked. We are worse than our neighbors like Pakistan and Bangladesh and Nepal and whatnot. So it's a national shame if we take it like that India being where it is in terms of economy and the 5th largest this and 4th largest this and security, we are vying for Security Council seat. And this is where we are not even utilizing our educated women's talent. And we are choosing again from the same 50% talent pool. Companies can do much better by doing 3 things. One is either skilling women, and that I'm saying skilling by skilling them in the domain area where this company is working. And I have a great example from Jindal group where there was not even a single woman in a steel factory, which Deepika Jindal ji was heading, Saxena sir, and in Haryana, that too, in Haryana. And we brought in about 100 women there. So it is just for an owner, it is just a pen thing saying, we want to make this workplace more diverse. But when we talk to company owners, they're saying, we are not Sweden, we are not Norway, we are not Denmark, what are you talking about? I'm saying mindset changes in a day. When these women got jobs in the road factory, there were lines outside the factory for women, where the same Haryana people were saying, women don't work in factories here. And I'm saying it takes just that pen saying, we want to bring in more women. So one way is that they bring in, they skill more women and bring them in their own factories. If they can't do that for some reason, they can fund for women-related programs, either skilling or employment or whatever. Number 2. And entrepreneurship is a major part of it. Third is, and education, I'm saying, because education, government of India is also spending a lot. Women are, there are more women in the higher education than men are today. But what do you do with this educated lot if you can't provide them work, right? We are not preparing our girls for marriage. And that is why the social agenda is that. We people like us are investing in young women and saying them become financially independent. You should not be dependent. But where do they go when companies are not ready to create that space for them to join? And here I really feel that there's no sector which is now new to women. Women are flying fighter aircrafts. So whether it's a steel factory, whether whatever that you do, women could be integral part of your work. We cannot be a developed country unless we have women in the workforce. You can look around the world and see how economies are doing. It only reflects that you have to use your complete talent, which is available in the country, to reach where we need to reach. So there is a great difficulty here because companies are still not taking it seriously. They're still calling it diversity. Why do you have to call it diversity? It has to be a complete mixed talent because it's good for your business. It will make you more money. Diverse workplaces are always better workplaces. And Sarma, I forgot to tell you that Deepika ji told us that in 11 years of that company's existence, first times the profit was so high. And she says because the quality improved. Women were put in the quality section of the factory. And the rejections, it was export-oriented unit, and the rejections decreased, as a result of which the profits improved. The problem is that we are not investing in training our middle managers, from where we see the most resistance. Owners, I've seen many business leaders are ready to bring in more women. The resistance comes from the middle managers, and we need to invest there. We also need to streamline our CSR funding as per the national priorities and the gap that exists in the investments. So I'll stop here.
Yeah, I think so. You again touched upon the very important need of the lot of changes and bringing in that culture actually of how do we look at many of the things, as I said, women specifically and their role in the entire ecosystem. Actually, we don't really touch upon many other aspects. For example, indigenous communities. I mean,
LGBT.
Yes, I mean, so, but those are, I think over a period of time we will start, because those will become lexicons or words which the industries will talk about, because it's a phase, right, where things are colliding, and we are looking at both these aspects. Ashwini, I think the thing which I was looking at is there is a change needed within the company, and that's what Kantaji and Kim also mentioned about what's happening in other places. But there is also this corporate fund, CSR fund, which is available, which the big companies, of course, have their foundations to utilize. But is it something which a startup can tap into for some of their activities, or is there something like that?
So I'll give you an example from our own work that we're already doing. There are a large number of, I would say, business incubators, startup incubators, which are already existing, both in the public as well as in the private domain. And it's their core business to nurture these startups. So we as JSW are doing two things at the same time. One is that we as a foundation are working with some of these social incubators. Incidentally, one of the major programs that we are developing right now is to how look at waste management to be resolved, to be looked at through a whole range of startups, where these startups can come up with innovative technologies or innovative business business plans for waste management, because that's a big menace for the country, and allow them to also interact and work very closely with our engineers and the R&D center that we have in our plants, so that they can come up with the right kind of technologies and innovations around waste management itself. That's a big startup incubation program that we are supporting under CSR. The second level at which we are operating is that there are a number of startups which already require another next level of funding. They need to get into that league where they would be able to leverage their expertise. Their experimentation phase is over. They now need to go to the next level, and therefore they would require much larger tranche of funds, and for a consistent period of years. So that's where there's a new entity that we have created called JSW Ventures. And JSW Ventures is now partnering with the likes of SIDBI and NABARD to bring in resources for things like clean energy, for affordable energy models, looking at digital health solutions, all those things which are actually going to make a change at the social front, but at the same time would also mean good business returns. So that's what I was trying to say, how to integrate business returns with the social returns that you're looking at. So we are trying to operate at both the levels at the same time. And the take on gender dimension is, according to me, many a times, and Kantaji would perhaps correct me if I'm wrong, I've seen right from my UNIDO days since 2002, that many a times we do not even know how to capture our data in a proper way to reflect the gender dimension there. So when you do a training program, or when you're doing a health program or whatever, you are not necessarily capturing the data as to how women are getting impacted, and therefore you can have a better decision making tool to yourself, so that you can have a targeted approach towards women. So to me, sometimes the data that we look at, which kind of I would say it's some kind of underreporting on the focus on women. If I can talk of just our own foundation, I would say at least 70% of our programs, whether it's for education or whether it's for health, because women and child health is our core area in the health and nutrition space, is focused around women only. The major programs that we do in livelihoods, whether these are agri-livelihood programs or these are other livelihood programs, I would say essentially the entire livelihood portfolio is that of women. Because you're talking about a large number of self-help groups which are into all kinds of businesses. They have I would say a federation of their own. They are establishing their own resource center. They have a corpus of about 8.5 crores, to be used as a revolving fund, which is all their own resources. And at the same time, we have our own BPOs, women BPOs. We are proud of that we have some of the most thriving rural BPOs in the country, and these are essentially women managed, women led, women driven. And the focus is that these women should be, getting the opportunity, and which brings in that whole social change, the entire change, the paradigm change that Gandhaji was referring to. It all happens in the society when they see the new role models, these women are creating for themselves. So whether it's heavy earth moving equipment in the steel plant, or the engineers, the young bright, girl engineers who are working in the steel plants and the energy plants, the kind of work that they're doing, even those, I would say, quote unquote, rural women. I mean, the entire spectrum is kind of, geared towards a larger level of efficiency. And you're so right in saying that if we do not harp upon the advantage of having, India has a gender ratio of somewhere around 990 to 1020, I mean, depending upon the different numbers. So if half of our population, or at least more than that, is that of women, and we are not bringing them into the labor force, then it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I think
I would like to come in there, Chandan, because I think that the way we are talking about women here today, to a certain extent, also all of us, is we are talking about women as a minority. Women are not a minority. We cannot say that,
they're not.
It's exactly, that's my point. It's not a minority, and the way we are addressing this too often, like there would be, I mean, we are working hardly on the LGBTI questions. I myself is married to a man, but that I'm a minority. But Kanta is not a minority. You know what I mean? Perhaps other minorities, but you are not, as a woman, you are not a minority. And I think this is important. And that we need to talk about this in that way. And it means, okay, there are challenges to get women into the work, into jobs. Then the question is, okay, so how can you earn money on get women into jobs? Because we know from many reports from the World Economic Forum and others that to have female leaders is actually an advantage economically for companies. So it doesn't make sense to not have women in leading and management positions. So that means, so how can then companies solve that? Is that, is it about the kind of toilets? Is it about maternal leave? Is it about that women like other skills, like Saxena was talking about? This is the questions. And how do we put the CSR money investing in solutions and not sort of saying that we need to educate these women because they are not. I think we really need to change that sort of discourse, because we need to educate the men, we need to educate the women, but this is not the problem to get them into the labor force.
And I think it's fascinating. I'm really sorry, Ashwini-ji. I mean, I just noticed we are running out of time, and I'm sure we can continue this talk for hours or on. And if you have the passion, not hours, days to all together. And the more we touch about these nuances, and that's where the whole discussion about what's happening across the world, what's happening in different parts of India itself. I mean, India is not just one thing. And what Ashwini-ji said about the things which are being done, many corporates cannot do that. They are struggling with things like Kandaji said. And we need to learn. And I think globally, that's where we all are partners. We all have to find a solution to these challenges. Thank you very much, all of you. And I hand it over to the organizers. Thank you. Sorry for
Thank you so much
going ahead.
For joining. Thank you, sir. There are a few questions that we have received from the attendees, but again, because the next panel is already here with us, I think what we can do is we can direct these questions directly to the panelists and we can have them answered individually. But again, on addition to that, it has been an amazing session and a very enlightening session. We all got to hear a lot of different perspectives, but again, we maybe come back to the same thing, that there are some things which in society are taken for granted and need to be taken in care for, how they deserve to be tackled for, and should be taken in accordingly. So with that, I would like to thank everyone, the speakers, the attendees, for being with us. And on behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for accepting our invitation and for being so supportive. I'm grateful to all the speakers in the panel for sharing their experiences and providing valuable insights. And obviously, a huge thank you to Dr. Chandran for moderating the panel discussion and bringing out the best of it. I would also like to thank Birla Institute of Management Technology, our host institute, and our 90 plus corporate and academic partners. Very special thanks to our session partners, which is JIMS Engineering of Management Technical Campus, our outreach partners, and our hosting partners, Zoom and Zoom. Thank you again to all the panelists for such an amazing session, and we are very keen on looking on to you in further forthcoming discussions. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chandran. Take care.
We already have our next panel in line, so rather than taking a break, I think we would directly dive into the next session. So the coming session basically is about the panel discussion is on investors' diary. And this session intends to give an insight into the perspective of the investors. So how investors decide what do they like to invest in, and how often do they break their self-made rules. So to answer some of these questions, we have a panel of eminent speakers who have joined and who have maintained a portfolio. So starting off with Mr. John Hoffmeyer, we have Mr. John, who is the founder of the Center on Business and Poverty and helps run programs focused on addressing poverty through business. After completing his PhD from Stanford University, he worked as consultant in Bain & Company. Currently, a faculty for executive education programs at Oxford. His goal is to have a positive impact and wants to point out where and how we can make things a little better, especially for those who have not had many advantages in life. Apart from that, he also served as chair of two companies and helped establish, which are Oxford Pharmaceuticals and Cadence Innova. Good evening, sir, and thank you for being with us today. Moving on, our next panelist, which we have is Mr. Anirvan Chaudhary. Anirvan is a graduate from MBA in MBA from Indian School of Business and is the vice president of Blue Ventures, where he covers deep tech and SaaS investments at Blue, focusing on sourcing and supporting investing and portfolio management across science, IT-based enterprise SaaS startups. He has extensive experience across healthcare, semiconductor, and technology sectors in consulting and corporate development roles. So good evening, Anirvan, and thank you for being able to join us. I know you're traveling.
Pleasure. Thank you.
We also have with us Ms. Swati Murarka, Vice President at Inventus Capital India, focusing on early stage tech-oriented startups. Inventus has been around for more than a decade and does pre-Series A, Series A investments. Some of the familiar names from the Inventus India family are Policy Bazaar, Redbus, Healthify Me, LBB Pixel, to name a few. Post her MBA, Swati has worked with Barclays, RBS, and RBL Bank as a financial markets professional. She has also been part of the core team at an edtech startup, bringing it out to an EBITDA positive stage. She is currently working on helping startups find scale and loves to meet founders who are tech first, capital efficient, and non-conventional. Very good evening, Swati. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. Hi, everyone.
Last but definitely not the least, we have the moderator of this impressive panel, Mr. Digvijay Singh. With 21 years of experience in leading companies across sectors, Sir has continuously built sales and distribution models from scratch in virgin territories and scaled it to national levels. He had previously helped organizations like Apollo Tyres, ICICI Lombard, to build the company's distribution network. With the startup ecosystem growing in India, he joined Indian Angel Network as vice president, and within a year, he became the CEO. Currently, he heads investment at the family office of Sanjeev Bajaj. Thank you, sir, for agreeing to navigate today's session. And with this, am I audible?
Yes, you are, but am I audible?
Yeah, you are. So
okay, I just
handing
wanted to check. There was last minute some kind of a problem there.
No issue, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, hi everyone. Hi Swati. Hi Anirvan.
Hello.
Hi John. Hi Anil sir.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Same here, sir. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi everyone. So, Friday evening, I'm taking up your time. Good weekends. And, especially in Bangalore, people sitting in Bangalore must be, craving to go out and because I've been in Bangalore for 5-6 months and, there's always something happening in the evenings over there. So, I'm coming on air after a long time. I was with IAN, and every day there used to be some kind of activity or something or the other happening. Now, I'm heading Sanjeev Bajaj's family office, and we are, setting up our own angel as well as our VC fund. So, but today I'll be, conversing from a layman, maybe a typical startup founder who wants to know about the thesis and the philosophies that each one of you have, the companies that you're representing, and what all, you look for. Typically, in the space of, what do you look for in a startups, in the startup space before investing, the companies, the red flags, whatever you can, talk to educate the people who are there, and not in a very, very, very detailed manner and something which, goes off bouncers for them. But, I'll try to make it as simple as, so that they can understand and, maybe work on it. So starting with John. John, can you take us through your company profile? What do you work for? What keeps you up? What are the hurdles that you're facing these days? And what are you looking forward to?
Well, the Center on Business and Poverty has essentially started and helped grow 46 companies. We've got 480 employees across those firms. Most of them are very small, because we chose to work with the poorest of the poor in many parts of the world. I'm going to go into more detail in some of my other answers, so I think I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Swati, can you go ahead now and tell us about the company that you're working for and the kind of ventures that you are looking forward to in investing now?
Right. So Digvijay, I represent Inventors. We are an early stage venture capital fund, and we've been around for more than a decade, as Abhinav was mentioning. So we're there since 2008, and we've been investing in companies across India and US erstwhile, and now we're focusing especially on India. And we try to look for companies which are early stage, which meaning companies which have found some kind of product market fit and are looking to scale, looking to grow. These are companies which are tech first, and also companies which are, trying to address emerging technologies. And that way we are sector agnostic. So we look at companies across the spectrum. So that's our broad investment thesis.
Okay. Anirvan, and coming over to you from Bloom Ventures. Anirvan, Bloom is doing quite a bit of action these days, and it's always, good to have someone from Bloom on the panel. Do share about your company and your thesis and where you're focusing these days.
Absolutely. Firstly, thanks a lot for having us. It's always a pleasure to be here. So Bloom Ventures is an industry agnostic, tech focused venture fund. We've been investing in India for over 10 years now. We are on our fourth fund as of today, which is we targeted to close at a $200 million fund size. Our last fund was a $100 million fund. And we come in very, very early. Our objective is to come in at a stage where you're somewhere between MVP and PMF and help you get to the PMF stage. But as I said, we're industry agnostic, so we invest across sectors. Typical check size is around $1.5 to $2 million. That's our core check. We have other programs, so we come in for an earlier compared to that typical $1.5 to $2 million check size. If I think about our companies that have done really well, there are companies like Unacademy, which have scaled really well. There's Dunzo, there's Spinny, there's SlicePay, there's Gray Orange Robotics, there's Pixel, and we are co-investors in Ventus and us. We are also co-investors in Healthify. We have a lot of co-investments. But essentially, if you would see a common thread across all these companies, it's a very, very strong tech backbone, irrespective of which sector we're investing in. That's an imperative, without doubt. And we also like to find spaces that have not been disrupted before. So in B2B SaaS, we are looking for picks and shovels for gold mining in a lot of ways. If you think about Lambda Test, which is one of our portfolio companies scaling up beautifully. I mean, they solve for something as basic as testing. Testing has existed for 30, 40, 50 years, ever since software development has been there. But essentially, that's the thesis, to target very, very large markets with using technology. And I can go deeper into that. I focus primarily on SaaS and deep tech investments. My portfolio investments are across space tech, robotics, software as a service, health tech, and a bunch of other sectors.
So you divided the companies, divided sectors amongst team members, and that is how you're going about.
Yeah, so we are conviction-driven investors. We like to go deep into sectors that we're investing in.
Okay.
It's imperative for us to go deep into, like, if I'm doing SaaS and deep tech, I shouldn't be in a position where I do not know certain sectors. So we also have theses that we create across different verticals. We have DevTool thesis.
So speciality in a particular sector, go deep dive and,
that's right.
Develop that sector and your own knowledge base, and then you can support the company also accordingly in a much better way, I guess.
That's right, sir. That's right. Can go deeper into that, any specific question, but don't want to hog all the time. But
no. We have all the time. People want to know what exactly. They hardly get time to interact with listen to investors.
Sure.
So, coming back to the erstwhile question, where do you look for these startups? All the three of you can just tell me a broad thesis of your sourcing strategy. Where do you look for these startups?
Start with the entrepreneurs themselves, and often network through community organizations. What we're looking for are people with integrity. The orientation used to be much more to go with the first ideas that entrepreneurs had and support them, less from the perspective of having them pivot, and instead just accept that if they produced 5 to 10 jobs that were fairly good paying, that was good enough. And over a 16-year period, what we found is that many of these very small companies were not paying wages high enough, and that many of the employees would have been better off simply taking a job with others. And the last two ventures that we've supported have grown rather rapidly. One in the generic pharmaceuticals industry, and another that really has not had the goal to employ low-income people, but instead through consulting to governments, especially in the UK, that we'd be able to change policies and actually change institutions that affected low-income people.
And John, you are not geographically limited. You have specific countries, or you're like totally agnostic?
We're not totally agnostic, but we're working in India, United States, Mexico, and Ghana presently.
And what is the ticket size that you are looking at when you invest in a
I think it's important to recognize that we're a fundless fund. So the generics pharmaceutical company, we've been able to raise 100 million. Right now, I'm trying to raise money for a radiology company to the tune of 40 million. And another one of the companies that we've helped grow very rapidly is an employee ownership fund called Team Shares that we raised 65 million for.
Okay. Anirban, over to you. Where do you look for these startups?
Oh, that's a great question. Sometimes we also ask ourselves the question, where should we look? But I'll just tell you, I mean, it's a genesis. I would say the spaces we look at, I mean, there's been an evolution over the years. So I would say in the first fund, It was about tapping into your networks, right? It was about tapping into, also institutions that produce startups. Now, I'm not saying that it's like you cannot have institutions, other institutions beyond the institutions we look at, whether it's BITS, Pilani, Swati and I are batchmates from Pilani or IIT.
Oh, batchmates.
We are batch, no batchmate. I think I'm a couple of years senior. Swati, is that right? I'm 2009
Yes.
pass out, but yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Swati, I think it's 2011. But anyway, the point is that initially I think it was more about tapping into your individual networks. And as soon as the portfolio grew, I think you build that community. And we take a lot of pride in saying that at least 30 to hardly 30 to 40% of our startups are IIT bits. I am the typical fold that you see. So we are not tapping into our networks as much, our immediate college networks as much post fund two. It was more about building content, building a point of view on different sectors, and finding some sort of form of alignment in the way we are thinking and entrepreneurs are thinking. So you got to put yourself out there, and the sources are multiple. You can look in, you can attract inbound through all of the stuff that you write about, all of the opinions that you put out there.
Because
And
with a brand name like yours, I guess, the companies, whoever is looking to raise will come and knock at your door for sure.
Not necessarily. It's not about brand name. I think it's less about brand, Digvijay, more about, a marriage of thought process.
Yeah, I
right?
always think,
Right?
yes, absolutely. I
Right?
agree to that.
So it's important to find that match. But
No,
I would
what
say,
I was trying to get to is how many of these deals that organically come to you, and then you have to go out and hunt for these deals. Is it a hunting game for you, or is it?
Absolutely. I was getting to that. So essentially, I'm saying that there's a regular inbound that's coming through all your content stuff that you're doing and all of the events that you are participating in. Then that's the inbound side. Now we also have an outbound process where me, all of the folks in our team, we all reach out to different micro VCs, accelerators, incubators, institutions. Whether it's
Do you invest with the angels also?
That's right. We also use the angel network in a big way. The angel network comes to a lot of use. But I would say referrals have become very, very common nowadays, because even the companies you invested in 10 years back, the L1s and L2s of those companies have gone and started companies.
Yeah.
Founders who've wrapped up their previous companies, they are also starting companies. People from the Valley are returning. So I think it's to a huge extent, it's a network play. And the network effects only start increasing when your portfolio size increases and you have certain amount of maturity in the market. But at the same time, expertise also matters, right? If you look at certain early funds, there's Together Fund, like there's the expertise of Girish that comes in. So a lot of startups start pitching to them. So I think bringing in the right experts as advisors is also super important. And I think inbound is great, but outbound also is essential, especially if you're investing in deep tech, because a lot of the science-based startup that Swati also looks at, and I definitely look at, is one of my focus areas. They don't know how to put themselves out there sometimes, but they are building some absolute gems altogether. So I think
these are the ones which is very, very fine. You really have to dig them out and go to these IIT at their desk and look at them and have a discussion with them over a cup of tea, maybe outside, and then then they start opening up.
Absolutely. And there are also, there's GitHub, there's Product Hunt, there are other places where you can find different interesting products that are being built. So you've got to catch them early.
Yeah.
What's happening in the market, you have the larger funds coming in earlier. And for us, we are early stage, although we are a $200 million fund now. It's also, if someone's eating our lunch, you've got to eat someone else's lunch. Unfortunately, that's how it's.
But so it's a shark world out there, huh? It's not only, they call the investors the shark, the investors themselves are sharks of different sizes.
We try to be as less sharky as possible. We try to be dolphins. Let's put it that way.
Swati, over to you. So can you give us some, views on where do, you guys look for your startups?
Yes. So, a lot of it is we've been around for, 12, 13 years now.
Yeah.
So a lot of founders find us, that is there. But, adding on to what Anirban was talking about, yes, we look at our own professional networks, each one of us, to figure out where these gems lie. And I particularly use a lot of social media, especially customer feedback. We are tech oriented. So we look at, what products people are using, doing, what kind of customer feedback is coming on. I love customer feedback, and if there's a startup which is garnering that interest, I reach out to them. Acha batao kya bana rahe ho? So
Okay.
that's one additional way in which I hunt for my founders. Other than that, I think we have a lot of LP pool, which who are founders themselves, or led organizations themselves, and people come to them for their expertise and they refer that to us. Acha, look at this startup, it's building something new, it's probably doing something better than in what I was building. So in their areas of expertise, they'll push that as to us. Acha, look at these companies. So those are few additional channels we look at. And
Okay.
then I think a good addition to the ecosystem are these micro VCs and sector specific organizations propping up. People coming in for fintech, for SaaS, for deep tech, and these are precursors to, let's say, our
A lot
investment
of
check cycle.
incubators also getting not agnostic, but they're focusing directly, like C-Camp, and there are a lot of other this fintech related incubators. So you can you really choose from, and they specialize in that era of business.
Totally. Yes. For example, I'm from IMB. They have a great they have NSRCL, which is
Yes,
doing
I've gone there.
cohort.
We have, in fact, at IAN, so Nagaraja was there. Nagaraja Prakasam was, I think, heading one of the incubators over there at IAM. Is still there. So we have also done quite a lot of interactions at IMB.
Right. So you will know they come up with, let's say, an e-mobility cohort or a fintech cohort. So acha, if you have a strong belief in what sector or what trend is emerging, you look for those specific things and you span across the width to find your, to look for those founders. So, I mean, this is in addition.
So what exactly,
I don't want to
a very, very typical question, but, everyone has their, what exactly do you, I'll continue with in the same line. Do you look for in a startup before investing? What are the few areas where you really look in, and if you can mention few red flags which the entrepreneurs, the founders should avoid? For example, a single man, single led, only a single founder there, or two loaded, founders. It can be a husband-wife team. There are a lot of red flags from the failures that you must have seen in the investments that your company has done, and developed some kind of a thesis, or that okay, this is something I really need to get into. So besides just mentioning what you look for in investments, can you each one of you just mention few of the red flags that you would like to get a little bit more deeper insight, if there is one?
So the red flag that I think I'm most aware of is when we find entrepreneurs who are just chasing money. What I find is that often corrupts friendships, and it changes the integrity of individuals. What we look for on the positive side is not always to support people in the biggest cities. I think it's pretty clear that in country after country, if we keep just putting in more and more venture money into the 7 biggest cities, that causes environmental problems, and it's not supporting the people in the 2nd tier to 3rd tier cities. Something else we're always looking for are disruptive technologies. And those are 2 words that are used continually, but I think that disruption is really misunderstood. And one of the keys to disruption is really understanding the importance of having new consumers be able to come in and buy products because the prices are lower. So we often are looking for that type of disruptive technology and entrepreneurs who can bring that.
Great. So, Anirban?
I can go next. So I won't talk about what we look for. I think it's, we talk a lot about that, but that's a great question on what are the red flags. I think while we look for large markets, great entrepreneurs.
When I was a CEO, Anirban, the question popped up because, I had a mental blockage, and I'm admitting it openly, with a lot of failures that, whatever we had seen, there was something common, kuch cheezein aise nikal ke aayi that, just because it's a platform, I hope it is not going to, but there were, husband-wife teams mein hamesha humne invest kiya and it never worked. It is something so weird, but मैं हमेशा ही I need to get into that, and then I see क्या है गड़बड़ है, मतलब कोई भी देखता हूँ ना husband wife team है, then I'm like okay. Then very rich founder kids, rich backgrounds and very loaded customers, and first thing, why is your parent not investing into this? But besides that, we have seen they investing, coming in with money and passion and everything there, but one level of a problem and they run. And they're doing some Harvard mein baith ke koi aur some thesis somewhere. So no, from my experience, I always felt this. So I thought that there should be some discussions on red flags also.
Absolutely. No, because I think one thing is the green flags, which I think most people know about, but red flags is like a strict no, right? And I think I'll just break it down. I mean, team is obviously one aspect. I'll talk about that, but from a market perspective, we generally, I mean, if you're and larger the fund size, the more important it becomes. If you're targeting a very, very small market, it can be a small market to start, but it should be expandable, right? There should be an opportunity to expand it. For example, I recently invested in a SaaS company for salons and spas, right? Bear with me. And the market in the face of it seems really tiny. But if you think about the marketplace opportunities, selling raw materials, selling capex, giving loans, you can expand the market. And you had 2-3 really fantastic entrepreneurs initially couldn't double down on it. Put in a very, very small check of $230K, $230,000. Then we expanded that amount significantly to because we saw that the market was expandable. So from a market perspective, it's imperative that the market should become large at some point in the future, even if it's not super large right now, right? That's one thing. The other thing is, it cannot be something from a market perspective or from a product perspective. It cannot be something that is very, very doesn't change the status quo. We want something that changes the status quo.
Shakes up the market at least. कुछ तो news होना चाहिए.
हाँ, मतलब आपका
आया और चला गया पता भी नहीं लगा. One or the other.
It shouldn't be one among many, right? Yeah. So that's imperative. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be competition. In fact, Swati and my senior from BITS and actually one of my batchmates started Swiggy when Swiggy was started, right? There was 4 different food delivery companies, but now it's $11 billion. Zomato copied them and they started. They also hit that crazy IPO, but and Zomato didn't have food delivery as a space. But when they started, market was crowded, but there was something disruptive about what they were doing, right? And the product offering itself was disruptive. So that's one thing. Now getting to the team, which is the most important thing. I think that desire to build super large, and that is, if that's not there, it's a complete red flag. If there's no integrity, if they've said something and then we do our diligence and we see that there's an absolute mismatch, that's a huge red flag. Now, that husband-wife point that you made, yes, I mean, you can draw parallels, but to be honest, there is no playbook. Like
I need to talk about this also openly becomes so, it can be a controversy.
But we wouldn't reject a company if it's husband-wife. We wouldn't reject a company. We would like to see what is the ambition, what kind of, how big do they want to build this company that they're endeavoring. What is the opportunity cost for them, right? If the
and single-led teams, have you invested in? Are you open to that?
Yes.
The single founder is...
Absolutely. We've invested in a dev tool company, by the way, developer tool company. Single founder, lady in her mid-30s, actually late 30s. Wow. So, I mean, some investors would be like, how can you invest in a single founder? She has 4 kids, right? How will she have time? But all that can go and fly a kite, to be honest.
Yeah, one thing doesn't click doesn't mean that the investment cannot be done.
Yeah, provided the desire to build is super large, right?
Yeah, sometimes the other pluses overrule all the negatives.
Absolutely. So the ambition is very, very large, but then we also have a founder matrix that we
try to match.
Yeah, we have a benchmark and we look at the founder matrix, and I think the track record and more in the Indian ecosystem, startup ecosystem, you're seeing fluent founders, as we call it, right? Initially, we used to have semi-fluent founders and you have the first-time founders. So semi-fluent is someone we would call who has had the experience of seeing the journey of a startup grow, probably as a startup.
So what is the percentage split of your investment? Have you done some kind of a thesis where, first-time entrepreneurs and, second time or third time, whatever? Once you
the third, I don't think we follow a strict playbook, as I said. Yeah. It's about seeing that ambition to build something super large. It just boils down to that for us. And any red flags around integrity and it's very but when it comes to age, gender, or for that matter demographics or marital status, all of these things, are secondary in my opinion, Digvijay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I probably, I mean, this is not about agreeing, but I have to.
नहीं. I was just what I was trying to do. मैं क्या करने की कोशिश कर रहा था कि ऐसी चीज बोलूं कि पूरा हिल जाए, उसके बाद then certain corners में से कुछ चीजें निकल के आए, because this is something which I've never quoted. This is something very, very deep inside me where I myself had a personal prejudice, maybe because I've seen so many failures in this. कुछ ना कुछ over a period of time that you start getting into it, you get. Yeah, okay, Swati, your take on this.
So I think, Digvijay, first of all, I think, we at least have 4 or 5 companies which have a husband-wife duo as founders. A lot of them single founders. I would say, being founders is a lonely job. And, if you're a single founder, you have all the more, not many people you can share your thoughts or, ups and downs about. And, especially in an early stage scenario, रोज कुछ ना कुछ फटता है.
Swati, that is where I'm coming from. At the angel level, we always used to be very apprehensive of investing behind a single founder, and you are, a step behind, a step ahead, in the sense that you come up with a larger check. So at angels, we used to invest. Agar 10 में invest किया है, तो you'll find 1 in a single founder, and that used to be quite a big red flag. You build a team, of co-founders and then come to us and then raise. So from that mindset, I'm trying to ask, is that some kind of a point of getting into a discussion at the time when you look at a startup, or is it not anymore? That you don't even see ki theek hai?
No, we look for complementary skill sets, but then there are founders which exceed that also. I mean, there are founders who have multiple, facets of their personality who can tackle a lot of problems on their own. Yes, like I mentioned, it's a lonely job, but I think for those things, we are there. I mean, you've chosen us as VCs, we have to value add. So I think for those things, we do that part of value addition. I think a couple of things that I definitely look for, in a founding idea, other than what has been spoken about. One is whether it is towards the trend or against the trend. So if you're investing in a business idea, what they're trying to solve, is it moving towards the trend? I mean, is it moving towards, let's say, digitization overall, or is it trying to address a problem which is, let's say, transient? 2-3-4 साल के बाद it won't be there. So I look for that. I look for whether it's towards the trend. I think the other thing we also look for is there are various products out there which have an overlap of what you are building. And in order to figure out, who might be the
differentiation.
So a sustainable competitive advantage, as we call it internally, we look for that. What will make you sustain this advantage that you have over others?
A period of time, or maybe develop on it.
So these are a couple of things in addition to what we've been speaking about that I look for, or we look for collectively as a team when we're looking at startups. So again, don't think that there could be anything which you can use to rule out a founder. They're a great set of people, I guess. We exist.
Well, I guess we can clearly say that there are no clear-cut red flags as such. Except for basic things like integrity and things. If that comes in, so I guess everything goes for every other possibility, because no one would like to but yes, as such, we need to case by case study and not be jeopardized with the gender or the.
Can't be biased about this. Yes, totally.
Biases should be as minimal as possible.
Yes, I think we are very open, and we go to a meeting with a very, very open mind.
Open mindset. Okay. So John, in your experience, how hands-on are you guys with the investor, the companies that you invest in?
For the larger companies that we've started, I've stayed as the chair. And I try not to get involved with operational issues, but that's almost impossible. Maybe I should
take a director's seat.
Maybe I should refer back to some of my past work, because starting in 1989, Ampersand Ventures, the firm that I was with for a very long time, had invested billions and billions of dollars. What we found was that we didn't want to get involved in any of the deals, but at a time that feels similar to today, about 20 years ago, when the last tech boom ended for a while, we ranked our companies 1 to 15 in the funds that we had at the time. Okay. Came back a year later, and number 15 was number 1, Number 14 was number 2, and all of the companies had essentially switched places. And how we spent our time with the firms completely changed as well. So I now look, especially given that my goal is not just to make money, but to try to create good jobs. I look at the world from a serendipity theory perspective. You just have to be at the right place at the right time, helping in the ways that individual companies need to be helped. And if anybody tries to come in with a macro theory of exactly how they're going to spend their time, they're probably going to make a mistake.
Understood. Okay. Swati, can you answer this question as well? How hands-on are you guys overall with your, portfolio?
Right. No, I think when we look at investments, we look at companies where we think we can value add to them. If we think that we can't value add to them, we'll probably not invest into them. I mean, for us, that holds a lot of importance in our investing process. So we are pretty hands-on with our portfolio. I mean, I think this starts from, if they need team members to address specific functions, we'll try to help with that. If you need ideas of, or if you need if you're expanding into another market where you need ideas, we'll try to connect them with our LPs or our networks who are specialized in those areas. Okay. So we build in and we bring in a lot of our networks into the play. In fact, if you want to raise your next round, we'll help you with that. We'll sit with you, make your pitch decks, run through those pitches ourselves, to fine tune it. So I think from every aspect of a company, if you need debt, for example, we'll try to find you people who can help you on the financial angle on a short term.
So generally, with whom are you in touch with the company, the CFOs or the CEOs directly, or it varies? No, so of course we are obviously in touch with the founders. We usually take active board seats, but we're also connected with their L1, let's say, and wherever we can add in or add value to their thinking or to their execution, we do that. And this is so do you have a separate team for portfolio management, or the one who's connected with that deal takes it to is it a linear thing or is it sectionally divided? So typically there are 2 members from the investment team who are part of a company, and both those individuals are responsible for that company, and whatever comes, if it is within their purview, they solve it themselves, or otherwise it is portrayed to the greater team and to our networks. So that way, I think it's taken care of. The responsibility lies with the individuals who have sourced, so
the
that
2
same
members
person
who are
stays
part of
connected.
that deal, but it's yes. So that's the POC from our side.
Okay. Anirvan,
for that
your take on this?
Absolutely. No, so Digvijay, the stage at which we come in, right? And I mean, you're coming at a stage where it's probably a 4-5 member team, and you're scaling that up. So we took this approach very, very early on to have a platform approach, right? Beyond the investment team, what we've done is we've created a platform team whose job is to help the startup as they're scaling up, right? Like we have a capital markets team whose sole job is it's a team of 2 investment bankers, ex-investment bankers from Goldman Sachs, and they've done a lot of investment banking in life, and essentially help them raise the follow-on rounds. In the event of them going IPO, help them out with that. I think IPOs, you're going to see a lot of IPOs in the market going forward, right? And that's the proof in the pudding is when a company can go public, like in all honesty, right? So so that's one. We've also built a hiring team, a 25-member hiring team, whose sole job is to help our startups hire, right? And because
that's amazing,
right?
But I think that's a big core problem at angel level investments earlier. The hiring and HR, I think, becomes
absolutely
a very
and also
good...
hiring. Just one more point I want to add over there. Hiring for corporates is so radically different from hiring for startups, right? So startups is a very different beast altogether. So thanks to having hired for the portfolio for over 10 years, these folks have become very, very specialized in how to hire for the kind of hires they should go for, right? For our startups, irrespective of sectors, right? So hiring is definitely important, as you rightly put it. And then we've also built a business development team whose job is to build all of the connections with corporates, with potential partners,
LPs.
LPs is one for sure. I mean, LPs add tremendous amount of value when it's in a similar industry for sure.
Yeah.
And we've seen that in multiple companies, whether it's carbon clean solutions, gray orange, multiple areas, right? But I think that BD team also plays a role, critical role, and we as investment leads get involved in all of these. We also have a community team whose job is to organize community events. We organized one last night. Swati was also there, by the way.
Who was there? Acha, okay.
Swati was also
okay.
there. So
today also you guys must be planning out something.
नहीं सर आज कुछ नहीं है आज काम करना है. So anyway, so there was a community, so we organized community events for people to socialize and meet different founders. There were different leaders from the industry who come down, so that really helps, product knowledge, etc from our community events. And in addition, beyond that, we've also built a content strategy team. So we've taken this platform approach where we have to support our portfolio founders as and when they need help. But I couldn't agree with John more with the point that he said that if you're, you cannot get operational at a daily level, right? Because if you're on a daily level, you're on the ground asking founders telling founders what to do.
Yeah.
And I founders asking on a daily basis what to do. We're probably investing in the wrong kind of founders, right?
Yeah, and then it becomes, it is you only running the company for them, and that is typically a very big scare for
that's not
founders.
Our job. Yeah, that's not our job at all. But when founders need support at an early stage,
you're there.
We have to provide that support through expertise, right? So we build these teams out to have that expertise, because we sort of believe that as an investment lead, you cannot have expertise in all these functions, irrespective of how brilliant you may be, right? So we have this strong belief, so that's why we built it out. Happy to take any more questions on that big picture.
Okay. So, each one of you, are you doing one tranche or single shot investments, or it's varied? And what is your thesis behind? Is it depending on the business requirements, or?
It has to be dependent upon the business requirements.
Okay.
I've been astounded at, we didn't even know whether we should have been putting debt as compared to equity into the employee ownership fund that we started. If we had a mentality that would have said that we knew the answer ahead of time, rather than letting the market tell us what the right types of financing were, we would have made huge mistakes. That was the case with the employee ownership fund. In the pharmaceutical company, we've just kept adding equity because that's what you have to do in a FDA oriented industry. As we've looked at the consulting firm, that essentially has grown from its own profits. We've never taken on any investment, nor have we had any debt beyond what a few of the founders have put in. And then in the radiology company that we're raising money for right now, we're pretty sure that needs to be equity for now, but it's a revenue positive company that's headed toward profitability. And the sooner we can move toward debt, the better off we'll be. So if I was to make one point through all this, it's completely situational.
Market driven. Okay. Swati?
So, Digvijay, I think again for us, the kind of companies where we've tranched, and it's very few, are companies which are at a very, very emerging technology. So something which will take some time to become mainstream, and you've identified it very, very early, and you want to, put your conviction by putting money into it early on. So those are the companies where, you'll need some 6-8 months for the product to be developed or the research to be done, etc. Those are companies where, we'll put in a small amount and put it as a tranche, let's say, till, let's say, a certain milestone or a certain adoption in the market, or the way the trend is moving towards it. Some of these things show up. So these would be our factors of tranching.
Angels usually, what I'm trying to discuss this is because, angels usually tranche it out to de-risk their risk. So that is where I was coming in. Of course, at the VC level, there is a certain, at the amount of quantum that you are investing in, there is a little bit of, structure there, and there's some settlement. So I think that perspective was just trying to know whether it is the same thing of tranching it out or, giving it lump sum. I think 70-30 is okay, or it will be 80-20.
It'll be 85-15.
85-15. Okay.
So that
okay.
low, yes. It's because most of these companies have identified and they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But there are companies which are.
And you're only doing CCPS, or you're doing CCD also as an investor, and that new what is that called? Yeah, I have to. Huh?
Safe?
Yeah, safe.
No,
Safe investments also. You're just doing CCPS right now, right?
Mostly CCPS, yes.
Mostly
Hardly
CCPS.
5% of CCD, if at all.
Yeah, okay. Anirban, your call?
Yeah, so I think, couldn't agree more with John. It depends on the nature of the business, whether you want to tranche it out all at once or you want to break it out into multiple tranches, right? But having said that, I mean, there are certain businesses where you need to achieve certain milestones before you can scale up, right? In those kind of businesses, we would like to put in a first tranche and then try to see how the business grows and incentivize them in a time bound
doing it
manner
better. Yeah.
To actually achieve those milestones, then do the second tranche. But we've done that very rarely. Only when it's the nature of business is such where hitting those milestones determine the success of the company. But having said that, I mean, more often than not, it's a single tranche. More often than not, and in addition, we also post the first check. We reserve a certain amount of capital. Generally, tends to be 2 to 3x for the subsequent rounds. So let's say we come in with $1 million, couple of $1 million in the pre-series A round. We'll try to reserve money to play in every single round going forward. And if the company scales up a lot, I mean, like the way Unacademy is done, we might even raise multiple vehicles to play in those companies. So we've taken that approach across portfolio companies that have scaled up to $1 billion, a couple of $1 billion plus in valuation. But yeah, to answer your question, it is tends to be a single tranche, but in some cases we do we build.
That will be an exception.
Yeah, we structure it out in a manner where there are multiple tranches. So if it's a super early stage company and there's absolutely everything is on paper, right? We would like to monitor the milestones and then put in the next tranche after those milestones are achieved, or it could be simply time bound. In fact, 90 to 100% of the times it's time bound. But again, it depends upon the business, how you want to structure it. But the reserves that we retain are for subsequent rounds, if that answers your question.
Yeah, okay. So now, broadly, John, if you can put, how do you, work with your portfolio? Can you just give me what all areas are you supporting them once you have invested? Besides the money, what all other things are you doing for your portfolio? Can you just tell that broadly for the audience so they know exactly that, these are the things that besides the money a VC or your particular organization will also bring to them?
I mean, I'm just going to be completely honest. Since we just talked about the importance of not being operational, that by definition defines your role as being either on the board or the board chair. So what's the role of the board? The role of the board really is to decide at some point whether to fire the CEO or not. That's the main role the board plays. Now, we could talk about all the meetings we've been to and great strategic decisions have been made at board meetings, but that rarely happens. So I think it's important to recognize that that role of deciding whether or not the CEO stays is the main role of the board. And if it doesn't take that role seriously, the board's not playing the correct role, and it's not taking seriously its fiduciary responsibility. Of course, there's a lot that has to be done other than just fire the CEO if needed. But most of that is informal, and it has more to do with what happens at lunch or dinner. It has to do with mentoring executives. And again, that is almost always situational. So it's a little bit difficult to give you a lot of examples without getting into detail that I think would bore the audience.
Okay. So besides killing the CEO, Swati, any other things? That was quite a bomber. I was like almost off my chair. Then I realized, okay, especially, John was such a, ekdam no impact, no impression, no, expressions. He was like bang on, tack to the point. Yeah.
I think Digvijay, as active, I think it's an important point. I mean, when you take institutional money, some of these things come along.
Yes.
And we've generally not been that harsh. In fact, one of our recent portfolios, Policy Bazaar, made IPO. We were there on their board till the end. And as early stage investors, your stakes go on decreasing more and more as larger funds or larger check sizes come in. But I
And if you're
think
really not
what we
supporting,
learned out of
the
that,
founder looks for kicking the director out. But since you have retained it, I'm saying you must have added lots of value to him. Otherwise, no chance you would have stuck on to the board seat.
that is what I was about to say. So you need to constantly evolve yourself, and you need to be the you need
Guidance.
to be present when they need you, especially, and they come across a lot of decision making in their whole journey. You have to be you have to bring in your views, you have to bring them close to reality. Founders are passionate about their product. It's important to tell them what might work for you or not, and bring in that kind of intelligence to founders, and I think they appreciate that. We've also learned that being there for them, raat ko 12 baje, acha, this is not happening, this is not working,
This is worrying me. Yeah.
be that here. They need that. I think we've the one reputation we've had collectively across our founders would be, you're there for us. You're there for us. I mean, we don't just look at you as board members or investors or somebody who will just monitor us. But I think on our when it comes to our duties, we do ensure that there is a compliance angle to it. They are building the company responsibly. We look at
what all of report sharings and all that you take, what all do you financial documents that you require from them? Is it a monthly thing? Is it a 6 monthly thing? How do you go about that?
So that is which are mostly monthly. That is the usual frequency in which we would want them to show us how they've performed. Okay. There are different metrics on each businesses that we would like to monitor.
Focus on, yeah.
Different North Stars for different businesses. So we try to look at that, other than the regular how the book is growing, how the P&L is, and how the balance sheet, etc., the regular financial statements. So these are some of the things which tells you how the business is growing. And then we try to always keep on benchmarking against what's happening around in the ecosystem to keep a tab on how our companies would grow or perform, or what do they need to grow substantially. So I think we are growth junkies, and we look for that as investors, and we keep trying to identify what will enable that growth or that scaling for our companies. As investors, we try to put that into our companies, and we try to take that feedback and get around that kind of help for them also as when required.
Great. Okay, Anirvan, your catch.
I'm sorry, I dropped off for a bit. My internet had some connectivity issues. What was the question? If you could please
repeat. The question is
that.
basically, what kind of support are you giving to your portfolio besides money? If you would broadly put it in 5-6 buckets.
No,
these are the things that you have already mentioned, but can you just rephrase it for for them to understand ki, besides money, ye cheeze bhi hain, this is available for them. I think your net is again not. Yeah.
Again, I lost you again. I'm so sorry. So as I said, I mean, we built a platform team, and we try to from a platform team perspective, you have multiple functions. You have capital markets. Is that better now? The connectivity?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely better.
I'm sorry about that.
No, now it's working.
So essentially, we have that capital. We have a capital markets team, a 2-member team. We also have the hiring team, which is a 25-member hiring team, and so on and so forth. Something I spoke about a while back, right? So essentially, the value add is essentially taking them to the next stage. But even as they grow beyond Series A, beyond Series B, you have to keep adding at the board level from a strategic point of view. You need to keep having the ability to take them to the next stage. But along with that, opening up your Rolodexes through the business development team that we built, right? We have a business development team. You have to keep adding value on that front. So if your question is value add, I think, how do we add value through
exactly that
companies?
Yeah.
So if that's the question, as I said, I mean, we've built out each of these teams, and they work with the investment lead or the board member, the board seat that we take, sometimes we don't even take a board seat, to be honest. And it's not
just not in a board seat. You must be taking just information rights.
Information rights for sure. So I think getting monthly reports is super critical, and even adding value on the KPIs and what kind of KPIs you should measure. What is your North Star metric is extremely important. And So I think from a KPIs point of view, from a metrics point of view, for different categories of businesses, we've designed different KPIs that we share with our founders, and we try to get reports on them on a monthly basis, so that the governance, from a governance point of view, because we have a fiduciary responsibility to our investors as well, right? To ensure that there's proper governance. So I think that becomes super critical. At the same time, as a company is growing, there are different kinds of hiring needs that they have, so which we try to solve for. As a company is growing, they might require fundraising help. As Swati spoke about the pitch deck, etc. I think that's obviously super critical, but it's also about knowing when to hit the market, knowing whom to reach out to. Like a deep tech fund, a deep tech company may not find the right investors in India. So you've got to take them to global investors. So that's why we built that 2-member capital markets team, ex-investment bankers who pitch our companies on a regular basis to follow-on investors without the founder dedicating the time, so that they know which investors could potentially follow-on investors, downstream investors could potentially be interested in them, right? So I think there was a joke. I was jokingly telling Sanjay, who's the founder of Bloom, day before yesterday, that it essentially boils down to dhanda, log, or paisa for a founder. That's the three things that founders are looking for, right?
Yeah.
They want more business, they want the right people as
Team.
they're scaling up, and they need the money to scale, right? That's what it boils down to more often than not. And I think Swati touched upon that. It's not uncommon for me to feel 1 a.m., 2 a.m. calls from founders saying that ye kharab ho gaya, ye problem ho raha hai. It is also, being in the right mental frame. They want to discuss their problems they are facing. Sometimes it's personal problems, sometimes it's business problems, sometimes they're founder issues. So you've got to be there for them. Being there as a friend, and sometimes founders are mentors to you. Sometimes they are your guides. Sometimes you are their guides. So I think it's a very, very deep relationship. It's a marriage for 7 to 10 years. So you being there for them is supremely important. Is what I believe. But you can do all the value add that you want from a team, etc. But being there for them is super important.
So we just have 2-3 minutes left. Quickly, what was your thoughts on COVID and how is it affected? What kind of businesses opportunities that you are now looking at, which were not there earlier, and your thoughts around COVID and the business impact that it has had overall?
I figure this is the last answer we'll probably have time for me to give. So I'm going to apologize. I'm not going to answer your question. I'm just going to say what I think is most important. I think people like me who helped establish the broader private equity fields, and I think people like me who've helped establish the impact investment community have completely screwed up. And that we have created an environment for fabulous young people to now try to follow it in our footsteps, and they're the wrong footsteps. And so if I had anything to say, I would say what we're doing right now is unsustainable, and that if we don't focus on the right kind of environmental funds doing the right things, if we don't change the way people interact to be much more positive, and if we don't figure out a way to simply get away from having the rich get richer and the poor stay where they are, that we're in big trouble. And so let's change.
Okay. John is okay. So Swati, now your viewpoint on what I had asked, and we'll come back to John for his closing comments also.
Right. That was a powerful statement, John, to make. I mean,
yes.
It is, but at least on what you asked, Digvijay, related to COVID, I think we've seen many phases. The first wave, I think, was a shocker to everybody. There was a lot of, for those 2-3 months, we experienced a lot of, the deal flow suddenly went down. We looked at companies which tried to, stop, pause, be on that cash conservative mode. Wait and watch. Let's see what's happening for the next 2-3 months. Try to conserve cash. Try, especially not knowing how this will pan out. This is the kind of phase that we saw that time. Fortunately, I mean, most of our companies, even the ones who were impacted really badly with the pandemic, have now come to pre-COVID levels, if not growing. So the companies which were most affected would be the ones which are facing consumers, especially on the logistic side, let's say, or who were trying to address merchants who were affected thanks to the working capital cycle in their own smaller capacity, and to go out there, set up that shop, do that selling. So anything which had where you had to face the outdoors was affected. But I think through these waves, we've seen that the first wave, people were bracing back on what's going to happen. In the second wave, people were more prepared. Operations didn't shut down or halt that time. People still continued doing what they did. Yes, teams were badly affected. So those setbacks everybody took. I think
I guess now it is over.
It is mostly, yes. The third wave was, people did, the teams did suffer, but it was only a couple of weeks. There was, as we saw, there were too many casualties. So those things took quicker to come back and continue operations. So I think the third wave wasn't as impactful as the first was. In terms of personal losses, I think second was quite
it was huge. Yes, it was bad.
But
Please continue, sir.
I just want to add, Digvijay, this has given a lot of strength to a lot of companies, to see unnatural situations and to steer through them. So the companies who've come out, you've seen valuations grow tremendously in these couple of years.
Yes.
We are seeing that, some bit of correction will be there, and we're expecting that. Everybody is
that would have been my last question, but I have skipped it because valuations are like crazy now. I'm like shocked. I think there's a huge bubble. It's going to burst anytime.
That is happening. That is happening. So just to conclude, I think there are resilient companies getting built up, and that will sustain. You'll see better companies and stronger companies emerging out.
Thank you.
Is what I would like to
say. Anirvan?
Yeah, no, I think, it was a very sad phase, to be honest. I mean, the first wave, I still remember it happened out of the blue when the lockdown was called, and there were founders who had no idea what they were going to do. Right. And if you think about the startup world, you can divide it into startups that are present in the physical world, present in the digital world. I mean, we call them atoms and bits, right? So the physical world is atoms, the digital world is bits. So, I mean, from our perspective, we were also speculating from the month of December 2019, I would say Jan 2020 onwards, what's going to happen, what the future is going to look like, because it was a black swan event for sure. Right. And at that point in time, sorry, there are too many mosquitoes where I am. So at that point, I'm in the open because I lost my internet connection.
It's okay.
So
we are not getting bit.
Yeah. My hands are moving. Anyway, so the ones that were in the physical world, our prediction from that point of view was they're going to face major disruptions in their business. The ones in the bits world, digital world, they were going to see a lot of uptick in there. They would have a lot of tailwinds, right? So we try to measure what the headwinds would be, what the tailwinds would be. We try to put that out for our portfolio companies. We try to reduce technical debt that might be there and be prepared for the worst, right? Because you can hope for the best and prepare for the worst, right? That's what you can do as a founder. So on each of these fronts, we try to solve for each of these issues proactively. But it was very sad to see certain businesses that were doing really, really well go down. And the first wave, it was bad. We also created something called ACT grants. I don't know if you've heard of that.
Yes,
we received a lot of support from the government as well.
Yeah.
And through that, we were trying to support startups that were solving for COVID. MyLab came out of there. Multiple other ethereal machines got grants. There were close to 100 to 200 crores that was deployed. It was an initiative taken up by venture capitalists and startup founders who benefited from being a part of the startup ecosystem. And I think that had its own impact in a big way. You would have heard multiple people talk about it on news channels, right? So there was a lot of impact. But I think the way we approached our business became very, very different. And we were very, very cautious about what should the next steps be. Bringing down the net burn was imperative. But after a particular point in time, the digital startups that were benefiting from that, realize that they need to double down. And getting back to that valuation time, I think that's why you saw a valuation increase in a bunch of startups, because it was speculation around the tailwinds they're going to have. But a lot of startups just completely lost all of their value. Like a lot of startups, it happened, right? They had such headwinds in front ahead of them. It wasn't sustainable. They shut shop, right? I don't think we were lucky to not have any of that in our portfolio, if I'm not mistaken. But it was sad to see fellow friends from the ecosystem having to face that. But I would say we are hopeful for the future with the third wave. Second wave was very, very disruptive, but business didn't get impacted that much. But the loss of life was ridiculous. I had friends from ISB. My really close friends, 35 odd years, pass away. It was sad to see that, and pass away because there was absolutely no healthcare support in the country. It was sad. But I think broadly, I think we are very, very hopeful for the future. I think we would like to believe the past is behind us, but I couldn't agree more with John that it's time to look at the world in a more sustainable manner. And over this period, we had Carbon Clean Solutions, which is our Fund One company, which has scaled up in a big way in the past 2 years. That's inching towards becoming a unicorn, right? A company that does carbon capture. Most folks had written them off. Most of folks in the Indian VC ecosystem.
Sorry, Anirvan, to interrupt. I mean, we do have our next.
Yes. So thanks everyone, Swati, John, everyone to come down and give your time. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Abha, for having us. I can see you there. Thank you. Bye. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Thanks, Swati.
Thanks, Anirvan. Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ramnan sir. Welcome.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening.
So I think we'll be starting the session in a minute or so. The earlier session speakers didn't wait for you to say thank you, Pragya. They left almost immediately.
I was just going to hand it over to Abhinav. Abhinav was also waiting, but they just went off.
I can understand John. John actually has logged in from Chicago, and I think it was very early in the morning. So, yeah. I think we are waiting for Dr. Chaturvedi to join in. And then we can immediately start.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay. Just give me half a minute.
I'm in the Ramakrishna mission right now, so you can hear some chanting going on at the back end.
That'd be wonderful, sir.
I came here to inaugurate, they inaugurate the Science and Innovation Lab as well as an Astronomy Lab. And they asked me to come and inaugurate it and address all the students. But this is right in the middle of the ashram in Mysore. So, and this is evening time, and the only place which has a Wi-Fi is this room adjoining to the prayer hall. So, whoever is listening is also going to be blessed.
That'll be great. So maybe we can start, and Dr. Chaturvedi will join in because I mean the report itself is going to take at least 5-10 minutes. In the meantime, I guess he'll join it. He's in some meeting, I think, and he'll just join.
Sure, ma'am. So I'll begin with the session, and sir will join us in the meanwhile. So thank you, everyone, and good evening. What an extraordinary experience these past 4 days of the Amalgam 2.0 event have been. I mean, 62 speakers from 17 different countries. So as we near the completion of a 4-day international convention, I hope that we were able to deliver relevant knowledge and value to our entrepreneurs that are at any stage, as well as help them connect with different stakeholders in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. In the months ahead, you'll hear a lot about activities, program, and initiatives by AIC BIMTECH in helping startups. And for that, I would request you to please visit our website and other social media handles for all the updates. But for now, let me just say that we're thrilled to be able to contribute to this ecosystem with this event. I would now like to welcome Dr. Abha Rishi, CEO at Atal Incubation Center, BIMTECH, to share a synopsis of the Amalgam event. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pragya. Good evening and a warm welcome to Ramnan sir for joining us for this valedictory session. I know it's been like you have been having a long day, but again, like, thank you for your enthusiasm and your support and encouragement. For us also, it has been a long 4 days, as Pragya said. I mean, we have had 20 different sessions across these 4 days, 62 different speakers from 17 different countries. And we also had around 1,500 plus registrations. But looking at looking at the audience right now, I'm seeing that most of them seem to have got tired of the last 4 days listening to a lot of stuff. So I'm just going to be very brief about the summary of the 4 days events. Just going back to what we have been talking about, we curated this event keeping in mind that there are 4 different stages to an entrepreneur's journey, starting from the ideation level to the prototyping and the revenue generation stage, then on to the market expansion, and finally the acceleration phase part of it. So each of these days, the 5 sessions in each of these days were curated according to the theme of the day. So going into detail, for the inauguration session on the day 1, we had Her Excellency Sri Priya Ranganathan, who is the ambassador from India to South Korea, as a keynote speaker who spoke about women and entrepreneurship. And then we had an entrepreneur, Ms. Rajshri Rao, who has been named as one of the global thought leaders in emerging technology as a speaker. And then from there, we went to the other end of the spectrum with the final speaker in that session being from Seva, Ms. Megha Desai. And Seva, if you think about it, is the epitome of micro-entrepreneurship in women. So from a big, large business onto a small business. The gist of the session was that business ecosystems should be armed with all possible resources through government initiatives. It could be either through PPP model, as of course we have from AIM, and this it should all strive towards gender equality with inclusive perspective, and also the SDG goals should not be lost in the whole thing. And the fact that this was stressed by all the 3 ladies that any woman can achieve her goals and realize the potential in any realm or manner she desires, and should actually continue breaking the glass ceilings. In the session 2, we had theme Being Your Own Boss, #entrepreneurship. And the speakers were Aline Di Santa from Sweden, Deborah Legonis from UK, Suma EP from India, and Shiti Gala from Sanam S4 was the moderator. So each of the speakers talked about their journey as an entrepreneur and how the idea that in entrepreneurship, your own boss is a typical myth. All 3 of them mentioned that being your own boss doesn't actually give the complete picture, but rather the customers and the stakeholders are the bosses. They also stressed on the fact that all kinds of crises come in variations, and overcoming that you need to be agile and try to figure out the solutions rather than focus on the problems. And pre-planning and resilience is really needed during these testing times. In session 3rd, the theme was From Concept to Reality, which was a fireside chat on idea validation by Mr. Ajay Batra, who is the founder of Unicorn Growth Partners, a global startup advisory and assessment company. And he's also the senior advisor at the Global Venture Fast Track program for Wadhwani Foundation. The moderator for this fireside chat was Mr. Rohit Chawla, who is the founder and CEO of Bare Anatomy, Chemist at Play, and the Man Company, which he exited from. And Ajay stressed on the importance of idea validation coming prior to problem validation. So he was saying that that's more important, and the fact that the potential of the idea lies in the revenue generation and its scalability. Session 4 was on how to finance your startup, debt versus equity. The speakers were Mr. Inderpreet Chadda, who currently heads the investment banking and M&A division of Incorp India, which is an end-to-end consulting firm and is headquartered in Singapore. So he joined us from there. And then we had Mr. Neeraj Tyagi from The Founders Circle, a global community of successful founders and strategic angels, which offers seed capital, business and networking support, and has 1,500 plus angels from 17 countries. The final speaker for this session was Mr. Bhavish Sood, who is the general partner at Modular Capital. The gist of the session was that fundraising can be done through increasing seed capital, angel investors, VCs, or by reaching out to even informal groups or even investment banks. But the main requirement out here is that better quality decks and the demo of the product should be there along with proper due diligence. And the fact that advisors and mentors are as critical as they can refer you to many of these VCs. The last session of day one was legal and IPR, how much is required? So that was the theme which was there. And we had three speakers in this, Dr. Prachi Chopra, who is an award-winning IPR expert and IPR trainer, researcher, and mentor. Prachi is currently heading the position of founder and managing director at Intellect Bastion IP. And we had Mr. Saket Khaitan, who is the founder and senior partner of Khaitan Legal Associates. Saketji has been recognized as the world's leading lawyer for insurance and reinsurance by Who's Who Legal and Legal 500, among many other recognitions. And the moderator for this day was Ms. Pooja Bhatia Vasaikar, who is the Chief Manager at Innovation Technology Transfer Office, ITTO, who is an experienced IP and licensing professional. The gist of the session was legal compliances should be kept in mind, and government facilities regarding single window clearance, labor laws, and MCA were also stressed during that particular session. The speakers also talked about the fact that IP is essential. They also talked about the different types of IPR which are there, like patents, copyrights, trademarks, and they also talked about how it is essential for branding, logo, and especially if it's a deep tech startup. With that, we ended day one, and we on day two, the first inaugural session was about the ecosystem enablers, the government entities. And we had Professor Chintan Vaishnav, who is the mission director at AIM, and Mr. Jeet Vijayvargia from MeitY, and Ms. Astha Grover from Startup India. So Professor Chintan talked about the work being done at Atal Innovation Mission and how much intervention government should be doing. And the fact that government as a stakeholder entailing the theory that institutional failure and market failure requires government to be there. He was saying that this whole idea needs to be changed. So Mr. Jeet and Ms. Astha talked about the accentuated idea of governance and strengthened social fabric through several government initiatives which their departments are running. They also talked about capacity building, international market access and finance, and how all the building blocks should be there in place, like regulatory mechanism, market access, and international collaborations. The session 2 for this day was the contribution by the ecosystem part enablers who are private entities. So in this, we had Mr. Shivam Ahuja, who was the founder of Delhi Startup and Delhi Angels. He was the moderator for this session. And we had Mr. Gautam Shivaramakrishna, who is the director at Head Start Network Foundation, which is India's largest startup network and ecosystem enabler, with a presence across 20 countries and 20 cities and 3 countries, including Finland and Germany. Along with Gautam was Ms. Diksha Bhargav, who leads marketing at Freshworks for startups, where she drives startup partnerships for the US and India regions. And we finally had Mr. Rohan Chatwal, the Deputy General Manager and Head of Innovation Center of Excellence at Maruti Suzuki. He's currently in charge of driving open innovation in the company through collaboration with startups and delivering value to Maruti Suzuki Innovation Labs. Incidentally, he's also an alumni of BIMTECH. And in session 3, we had the theme was how to build empowered teams. This was a fireside chat between Mr. Aditya Bose, who is one of our incubators and who is also the CEO of Pro Bono and a passionate career guide, along with Mr. Sanil Sachar and Mr. Girish Raoji, who is the CEO of Grady HR. So there was a lot of discussion on how they could go about building empowered teams. So looking at the time, I'm going to just talk about the different speakers and not get into the gist of it. So session 4 was about prototype development and support by stakeholders. We had Mr. Vinamra Mishra from MSME, Mr. Ravi Ranjan was the moderator, and Mr. Vikram Gupta. Session 5 was about the role of angel funding for early stage startups, when, where, and how was the theme for this particular session. And we had a lot of questions from the audience. The speakers for this day were Ms. Harsha Mundada, Mr. Amit Singhal, and Ms. Sirisha Jalala, who joined us from UK. She heads the Peach Ventures. So all 3 of them are angel investors, and they talked about how, when, and where the startups could go about looking for angel funding. And that finished up with day 2. In day 3, we had the first session on the inaugural session talked about global entrepreneurship. And that was a theme for the day of market expansion and international market access. So the speakers for the inaugural session were Mrs. Ronnie Yedidia Klein, the chief guest, who is the Deputy Head of Commission from the Embassy of Israel. And we also had Mr. Yatin Thakur and Mr. Chris Kyung Lee from Korea, who was part of the KISED, that is the Ministry of MSME from South Korea. Then we had the session 2 was on 5 things startups should not rely on mentors. And we had 3 wonderful mentors, having a plethora of experience. And they were talking about that. What are the things that startups should look at from mentors and what they should not look for? So we had Mr. Yogesh Bilani, Mr. Shalin Tayal, and we had Charmaine Gangan joining in from South Africa, along with Mr. Ashish Khare, who was the moderator for the session. And session 3 of day 3, we had a lot of speakers from various different countries. So the theme of the session was, are you ready to explore the global market? So the speakers talked about what are the things that startups should have when they are looking to expand into global markets. We had Mr. Rajesh Bhagat from Hong Kong, Mr. Bernd Anderson from Sweden, Mr. Wendy D'Souza from Ireland, and Anurag Malu from Switzerland, who was moderating the whole session. Session 4 talked about raising funds for expansion, because if the startups are looking to expand, then how do you raise funds? And this was again a fireside chat with John Lim from Singapore of Meet Ventures. And session 5, which was the last session for day 3, was about global innovation hubs. So we had Shai Melser, who heads BioHubs from Israel, Harry Sharma from Carleton University, Canada, Mr. Divya Rajput, who was the moderator, was from JSS, and Aymeric Penguin, who joined us from France. So all of them are heading innovation hubs in various countries, and they talked about what are the things that global innovation hubs can bring in. And they also stressed on the fact that there should be a lot of collaboration between the different innovation hubs. So going on to the last day, so we had today's inaugural session was on what is acceleration, because the theme of the day was about acceleration. And the speaker for the day was Mr. Zoltan Gala, who joined us from Germany. He heads an acceleration center there, which deals with most of the European Union countries. And the second session was the road to IPO, because that's where most of the startups should be aiming at. So the entire journey, which goes from starting your own venture to how do you reach to an IPO. So we had Nitish Mittasen, who is pretty well known in the gaming community, and he has one of the most successful ventures when it comes to this particular area, and he has been able to take his company to an IPO. So the third session was about SDGs shaping ventures, doing the right thing, because along with talking about just creating commercial success, we also need to think about the fact that India needs ventures which also focus on the SDGs. So the idea in this session was, how do you embed SDGs when you are talking about your ventures? So we had Kim, who joined us from Norway. Then we had Mr. Ashwini Saxena, who is the CEO of JSW Foundation. And we had Dr. Ajit Chandran as the moderator, who joined us, who's from Canada. Then we had Ms. Kanta Singh, who is from the United Nations Social Welfare area. And of course, the session before this had 3 speakers and a moderator, Mr. Digvijay Singh, who was moderating the entire session. He was from the Indian Angel Network, and now he is with the Bajaj Family Foundation. And we had John joining us from Chicago, and he himself is an investor, very well experienced investor, and who has had a multi-billion-dollar investment through his own venture fund. Then we had Anirvan Chaudhary and Swati Murarka. So these were the speakers for that session, and quite a few learnings were there. And now we are finally in the valedictory session, the grand final to this entire 4-day-long journey that we have had. And we are really looking forward to Ramanand sir's address for this particular session. And thank you so much, Pragya. I think I've been able to cover as much as is possible.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for providing a summary of the 4-day event. And now it is with pleasure that I would like to invite Dr. Chaturvedi, Professor and Director of Birla Institute of Management Technology, to say a few words.
Thank you, Pragya. Thank you, Dr. Avarishi. Thank you, AIC BIMTECH team. My heartiest gratitude to Mr. Ramanathan ji. He has been a big support to AIC BIMTECH. And I remember that the last 4 years, time to time, he has been providing us guidance. He has been providing us strength, because initial years were full of hiccups, hassles, and problems, because we were never working in the government system. We were a self-financed, Birla-owned institute where we were doing whatever we liked. So I think the success story of AIC BIMTECH, whenever it will be written, we shall definitely start with support provided by the first CEO of AIC, Atal Incubation Mission, AIM, Niti Aayog, and I'm very happy that he's here. So I welcome him. I would like to say that the story of AIC BIMTECH is the story of 12 young people working tirelessly day and night under the leadership of a lady who is the CEO of this outfit, which is part of Niti Aayog and part of BIMTECH. And I admire their energy level, their commitment, their passion, and in spite of their personal problems, issues, because some of them are newly married people, some of them are to be married, and some of them are waiting to be married. So I think there are different kind of problems I can imagine. And they have maintained the spirit of entrepreneurship, innovation, and also sustainable development goals, and so many idealistic kind of things. I was sometime used to think that idealism in India is difficult to manage, but they have managed for 4 years. Thank you. So I welcome Mr. Ramanathan and look forward to his address. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words, sir. Today, we are privileged and honored to welcome the Chief Guest of Honor for the valedictory session of the Amalgam 2.0 event, Mr. Ramanathan. He's the first Mission Director of Atal Innovation Mission, a flagship national innovation initiative of the Prime Minister and Government of India under Niti Aayog. As the Mission Director of AIM, Ramanan sir has been instrumental to date in the launch and execution of several nationwide innovation and entrepreneurship initiatives. Ramanan sir was previously Managing Director and CEO of CMC Limited, a subsidiary of the globally acclaimed TCS, played an instrumental role in the growth of TCS with a variety of responsibilities ranging from product development, technical marketing, global business development, and general management. Welcome, sir. And now I request you to say a few words, sir.
Thank you, Pragya, and thank you, Dr. Chaturvedi, for those very generous words of introduction. I remember the day that when I first met you at the AIC BIMTECH, even before the incubator was launched, and we had a discussion in your room along with the esteemed colleagues of yours and the management team. And you asked very probing questions at that time. What really is the purpose of setting up this incubator? What are your expectations out of it? How well will the government support? And I think those questions were many of the questions that helped me to even formulate some sort of strategy to ensure that this initiative is going to bring value and add value, not only to your institution, but across the country. And today, right now, I'm speaking from the Ramakrishna Mission in Mysore. It's the Ramakrishna Vidyalaya. And there were 2 schools which invited me on the same day, coincidentally, for the inauguration of their science and technology lab at the Ramakrishna Mission. The astronomy, there's an innovation lab which has been funded by one of the alumni based upon what they have been seeing at the Atal Tinkering Lab happening at the Ramakrishna Vidyalaya. And what was tremendously heartening was this person has donated $100,000 for these labs. And if there is one thing that has come out of the Atal Tinkering Lab, which 12 lakhs that the government gave, when you get 72 additional lakhs in a period of 2 years, because the alumni sees what an effect this has had. That is the effect that I am seeing happening at AIC BIMTECH, where now you're hosting a global platform of Amalgam 2.0, and it is attracting some of the world's best speakers, incubators, specialists, startup creators, and people from across the world to participate in such a platform. And that is what is going to augur well for our country in the future. I do want to say that, we all would have in the journey of an incubator, the journey of a startup, there are many, many challenges. It's not an ordinary journey. It's a journey of passion. It's a journey of dedication. It's a journey of faith. It's a journey of, yes, I can, and I'm going to make it happen. And it is a journey where you are going to be finding challenges all along the way, the valleys of death, as they call in either a startup cycle or an incubator cycle. But the key is, how do we bridge those? How do we eliminate them? And why is it so important? It is so very important because our country needs it, the world needs it. We want every university, and this was my vision right from the inception of the Atal Innovation Mission. Every institution, which is an educational institution, is really trying to empower its young students into the future world that we are going to live in. The purpose of education is empowerment. And that empowerment happens when you have empathy. When you have empathy about the problems that other people are facing, and can we become a part of the problem-solving equation rather than the problem-complaining equation. So what we want to make sure is we create world-class incubators in every university which wants to be world-class. We need to understand that a world-class incubator cannot happen without the university itself becoming or attempting or aspiring to be world-class. And then when you have a world-class incubator, and I'm going to share a little bit about my own view of what a world-class incubator should be like, they will produce world-class startups. That is going to take time. It's not going to happen in 1 year. It's not going to happen in 2 years, but it will definitely happen between 5 to 10 years. It will definitely happen within the next 15 years. And that is what great companies are all about. Which company became a billion? I mean, you have $1 billion valuation, but it is not a $1 billion revenue earning company. $1 billion revenue earning companies take time. They take 5 to 10 years. There has to be steadiness at the helm. There has to be purposefulness in its attempts to create an impact on society. And there has to be passion as well as a process that enables all of that. So empowerment has to be the main purpose of education, of educational institutions. And one of the ways of empowering is setting up a world-class incubator. Because you have world-class students or talented students or innovative students in every nook and corner of our country. After all, the great Abdul Kalam came from a humble town of Rameshwaram. Satya Nadella got educated in Manipal. We have a Sundar Pichai who is heading Google, Satya Nadella heading Microsoft, Arvind Krishna heading IBM, Parag heading Twitter. And if you look at all of these people, they have flowered and blossomed to their full potential because they have been able to avail an ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship in that environment in which they have become and risen to their full potential. That is what true empowerment means. And that empowerment is required by setting up a world-class incubator. So the first objective of setting up a world-class incubator is, how do you empower your young students to produce, nurture world-class innovation, inspire them to do that, attract them, make the conditions available for them to be able to blossom and give expression to their creative ideas in the form of startups. The next thing that a world-class incubator needs to do is to provide a network of connections for these startups. You see, startups which come, they already have a great technical idea or they have a great idea to work on. But what they need is the fleshing out of that idea into an innovative product or an innovative service. And that requires validation. I think when I was hearing Abha reel out the various speakers who spoke on various subjects, one of the very important subjects was that of validation. How do you validate your idea? Who really needs your innovation? Is that innovation already existing? If it is not, then what, how unique is this and how needed is it? If it is already existing, then what is the improvement that you're going to do in order to make that innovation something that people are going to be seeking after? So that becomes the next important part. That requires a network to be connected to, a network of specialists, a network of investors who validate your idea, a network of mentors who are able to give suggestions to you or guide you in the right direction, a network of specialists in various domains, whether it is finance or legal or IT or HR and so on, who are going to help you in that journey, because you don't have all those experience that these people have. The third thing that an incubator has to breed, a world-class incubator has to breed, is a culture of collaboration. You may provide a network, but do you also enable, or do you incentivize your startups to collaborate with each other? You see, there are some world-class incubators, there are some incubators that I've seen where they encourage all the startups to share every month, very informally, what is happening about their startup, what are the challenges, what are some of the successes they have had. And then there are other startups in the same incubator who have been saying, oh, we have been looking at someone who has solved this problem and we didn't know that you have solved the problem. So their neighbor has solved the problem, but they don't know anything about it. And now imagine if that collaboration extends between incubators, between countries, incubators in different countries, between various startups in a particular domain. That power gets multiplied several times. And that multiplying effect has a tremendous value that a startup derives from. So a startup's problems are often not very unique. They are very common to many other startups. And someone has cracked the problem. Someone has been able to solve it. And therefore, the incubators should encourage and create the platforms for world-class collaboration. The Amalgam 2.0 is a great example of trying to enable that world-class collaboration. Collaboration of ideas. It's not just collaboration and partnership with organizations, but it's a collaboration, it's a convergence of thoughts and ideas and suggestions and practices and experiences that give light to a startup, that how do I go forward in my journey where I am currently stuck up. The fourth thing is you are enabling the startup to come up with a great business plan. This is the area that many of our startups, because they don't have the experience that the world has. I mean, imagine I have spent 40 years in the industry, in a corporate organization like TCS. That experience is valuable. And many startups are starting with they're 21 years old, they are 24 years old. They have a brilliant idea. They're probably better idea than some of our people in the older generation have, but they lack the experience that is needed in order to build a successful business. That experience needs to translate itself into the incubators world and into the startup world. And you need to have access and provide the ground for business planning, for business validation, for marketing, for communications, for HR, for IT, for support, for customer feedback, and all of these things. And a great business plan envisages all of this. What is the market that you want to achieve? What are the differentiators that you have in your business, in your marketing? If you have a Flipkart and you have a Amazon and you have a big basket all competing for the same market, what is going to be your differentiator in being able to address this particular market? And that becomes part of your business plan. It is nothing to do with the technology may still assist, but technology has many, many sharp minds, and whatever you're doing, somebody else will catch up. But if you are able to differentiate in your approach, marketing approach or communication approach or strategy for the business, then it can make a whole lot of difference and you turn out to be the winner. So a world-class incubator has to enable strong business plan capability. They are not going to develop the business plan for the startup, no, but they are going to enable that capability or access to that capability that they have. The next thing that a world-class incubator has to do is provide agility to the startups and encourage them to be agile. And agility comes with tools, technologies, and investments that the incubator is able to do, or it is able to enable access to through the universities with which it is associated. An incubator by itself is not a replacement for the university, which has a rich repertoire or a rich repository of resources, whether it is research or technology or whatever else that they are capable of accessing. How do you make them available to the startups? Maybe in a subsidized manner, maybe in a free manner, maybe in a planned manner of incentivizing them to use it. But that is very important, because agility comes only with the leverage of technology and with the leverage of advanced research, which a startup by itself will not be able to afford or will not be able to do. And then a world-class incubator has to provide the access to technology. Technology has become affordable, accessible, available in advance. And if you look constantly, so you need to have a strong technical team in our incubator so that they are able to constantly keep abreast of what are the latest advances that technology is providing, which you can make available on a shared basis with all the startups so that they can avail themselves of it. If they are in biotech, what are some of the instruments, for example, biotech instruments, which are so necessary for testing or validation or development that can be invested in? And this investment can come through partnerships that the incubator is establishing. So it's very important for the incubator in a very short period. One of the things that we said in Atal Innovation Mission is for 5 years, we will fund the incubator. But by the 4th year or by the 5th year, you have to be completely on a self-running mode. You have to try to be in that mode. And how do you be in that mode? Whatever is the plan that you have to run your incubator with a business plan so that it is getting enough money and enough investments and is attracting enough partners to be in a self-sustaining mode. The next part is global reach. I think today, I know that we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat and we talk about the demand in India, but the demand in India, when fulfilled by the startups, is also a demand which the global world needs. And therefore, enabling this global reach, enabling this global connectivity, enabling global partnerships, enabling global investors to understand what is happening in the Indian ecosystem of startup innovation, that becomes very important, and you have to enable that. And when you enable that, you are able to now have access to global best practices, you are able to have access to global markets, and you're able to enable your startups to find global partners or co-innovate with other startups. There are many startups in India now that I know of within the Atal Innovation Mission world who have started collaborating with startups from outside, and they are co-innovating in the form of solutions that can be presented to their markets, individual markets, as well as to the global markets. That is what digital transformation is all enabling us in terms of connectivity, from Jodhpur to Japan, as I say, or from Sikkim to Seattle, or from Salem to San Francisco. Your product, your service, your reach is indeed global because of digital connectivity. How do we leverage that most effectively in an incubator to be able to strengthen the contribution of the incubator to the startups and make your startups world-class? I think all of these are very much possible and should be within the realm of what an incubator dreams of doing for their startups. We are on a very good track. It is my personal confidence that within the next 10 years, India will be among the global top 10 innovative countries of the world. Why do I say it with so much confidence? I say it because when I travel around, I see the people, I see the young kids in the schools. Today, I have witnessed in the Excel Public School, which is one of the schools here in Mysore, world-class tinkering lab. 8,000 square feet of tinkering lab has been given to them. We have not funded all that. They've been able to find the funds. They've established a partnership with a Norway company called the factory, AI factory or some factory mind, sorry, the factory mind. And they have set up a center of excellence on IoT, robotics, and automation, where at a school, a Norway company seeing value in being able to contribute and set up a center of excellence in a school in Mysore. That is what is happening. And why are they doing it? They see the kids all enthusiastic, with a spark in their eye, fire in their belly, wanting to innovate, wanting to show. When I went and visited them, none of the students wanted to let me go. They wanted, every one of them were wanting to show their innovation. Their school bus was leaving at 3:30. They stayed back saying, no, you have to see our innovation. We'll go, we'll find our way back to our home. That is the excitement that I see in the young world there outside, in my schools, in our schools across the country. Now, imagine when they come to the university and they find a world-class incubator. What is the potential that this will bring? So yes, there can be many naysayers to startups and incubators in our country saying, oh, this is not happening and that's not happening. But then at the end of the day, it's people who make things happen. It's you who, with your passion, and as Dr. Chaturvedi so rightfully said, with the ladies at the helm there and making so many personal sacrifices. But why do they do that? Because they have conviction in them that they can create a world-class incubator, producing world-class startups. If we have that sort of sentiment echoing through the rest of the incubators across India and across the world, I am sure it will make a difference. And I'm very, very happy about two other things that I see particularly happening in Amalgam. One, the focus on women entrepreneurship. We have only 13% women entrepreneurs in our country. But I'm very proud to state that in the Atal Innovation Mission, out of the 2,500 plus startups that have come up in the last 4 years, 680 of them are women-led startups. And that's close to about 30% of the incubators, of the startups are women-led startups. That, for me, is the big change. From 13% to leap to, in a controlled environment, of course, of Atal Innovation Mission, to rise to 30% women-led entrepreneurs is a great thing. The second thing that I see is your focus on social, societal ventures, social innovation, and social entrepreneurship. This is so very important. We have, like I have always shared, we have 650,000 villages. We have 715 districts. We have 115 aspirational districts at the bottom of the pyramid in terms of basic access to healthcare, education, clean drinking water, sanitation, waste management, and so on, affordable housing. We need to take care of them. You cannot allow the digital divide, the economic divide, the divide between the haves and the have-nots increase. Your GDP may increase, but if this increases, you are surely sinking to the bottom. You're going to create unrest that you see today in Russia or in Ukraine and so on and so forth. We cannot allow that to happen. So we need innovation, social entrepreneurs, societal, socio-economic progress that should be triggered because of this innovation bandwagon that is happening in our country. We are, like I said, we have 8,000 small towns and cities, and we have only 8 tier 1 cities. We cannot be flocking to the 8 tier 1 cities in the hope of getting jobs and in the hope of driving innovation. We need 8,000 hubs of innovation and job creation. That is why it is important for every university, 10,500 engineering and related institutions, 39,000 colleges in our country. They should aspire to be world-class educational institutions. More importantly, they should have a world-class incubator or access to an incubator which is very close by. If that happens, the innovation revolution will happen, and India will surely rise in the comedy of nations. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share a few thoughts on this particular occasion.
Thank you so much, sir, for the remarkable address. And one of the points that where you mentioned that startups should talk together, meet together to solve problems. So on the same lines, I would just like to tell the participants and the speakers here that we do organize an event called BIMTECH once a month at the end of the month, where we call in all our startups, incubators. They all come and meet together. Even if they're not physically present, we connect them online through virtual, and they have a talk together. They discuss what are they doing currently, because they meet after a long time. So that is also where one platform I think sir rightly mentioned, and it is helping our startups meet together, and somehow they're able to solve problems within themselves. A lot of problems are solved within themselves. So thank you, sir, for mentioning that. And I'm sure not only the audience, but we as an incubator also received unparalleled insights. So next, we have some important announcement and launches to share with all the participants and speakers here. I would like to hand over the mic to Sayam, who is AGM Venture Development at AIC BIMTECH, to please go ahead with our first announcement. Over to you.
Thank you everyone for such a great introduction, and thank you Ramanan sir for listening to you, because in wherever I go, I just get the message that women can't be only beneficiaries, they has to be contributor, because and that is what we look forward to. And we are grateful that we are working under CEO who is a woman, and we are happy to work under her. Thank you, Director sir, for giving us opportunity always to and inspiring always. So coming to the quick thing that we are coming up with another program, which is Insure Tech program, is Insurepreneur. Soon we will be launching this program for the through our program. We run quite good programs from Khosh till from Prarambh to Gurukul. So we will be launching this program, and for the companies who are working in the domain of insurance. So a quick market review. So I don't want to overshoot with the numbers. So quick things that we want, why we are looking forward for this particular program to come up. So market in insurance sector is very huge. So it's a $280 billion market as of 220 data that looking. So it's a huge potential, and definitely we are yet haven't touched the bottom of the pyramid, as considering India's population, which already have crossed 1.4 billion by now, I'm sure. If I talk about the life insurance, as a penetration is just 3.2%, and non-life is just 1%. And if you talk about 1%, is just 1.4 CR people who actually avail any of the insurance product in case of general insurance. India actually have received so much of money in past few days, and we are mushroomed with so many insurance startups that are coming up with, and so many companies who are trying to solve problems, and that which we will be facilitating through our programs as a partner. And of course, BIMTECH runs an insurance in PGDM in insurance, which is one of the best program in India that we actually have, and most of our alumni who are sitting in the top of the ladder of many big organizations in the insurance sector. So why InsurTech program, and what exactly InsurTech is all about? InsurTech refers to technology.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Ramanan sir has to leave now.
Okay.
So maybe
sure,
Pragya,
ma'am.
You...
So I'm just coming at the back. InsurTech program. So the last slide. Yeah, ma'am.
Hold on, you can continue with the presentation, but let's thank Ramanan sir for joining us.
Sure.
Maybe if you can just remove the slide for a few minutes. Let's thank him, and then you can continue with the presentation.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, sir. I mean, I know your time is very precious, but thank you so much for joining in and talking about the different things that an incubator can do. Pragya, maybe would you like to speak a few words?
Sure, man. Thank you so much, Ramanan sir, for taking out time from your busy schedule and showering us with your wisdom and knowledge. We are truly humbled by your presence, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me an opportunity, and I look forward to being in touch and value adding in whatever way I can to your.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Just 30 seconds, sir, Ramanan sir, from you. So I mean, like in your vision, we are also creating a program for incubation center development across the country. Being as an incubator, now we are launching a program from today onwards, which is going to help across country, the maybe institute, colleges or corporates who they want to set up their incubation center. We are there and supporting them.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir. And
please send me some details on that.
Sure, we'll do that. We'll do that. Definitely.
Also, shortfall of the staff for the running these incubation centers. So we are creating a pipeline for incubation center staff training program as well.
Excellent.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you.
Sayam, you can continue with your presentation.
Sure, ma'am. I just quickly wrap up to the last slide in that case. I think our audience is also waiting and to end this wonderful. I'm coming up with the thing that we are, as I already told, that we are already witnessing a great growth in the insurance sector, where the contemporary, big giants are actually partnering with the small companies to change the way we actually sell the insurance per se. So this is what we are coming with Insurepreneur, where we will be we will be partnering with lots of organizations, big giants in the industry, to give them a few programs. So it's a cohort program for all stage startup. We will be starting soon for the earliest startups and gradually move to the further levels. So incubation program, as usual, impart knowledge on the basic insurance sector and market dynamics, latest technology that are in. It will be a mentoring program, B2B mentor matchmaking to guide and development of the products. If you can, you want to take support from our networks, so we'll definitely happy to help in that particular cohort. Sandbox program, if any problem per se, we will definitely work on that program. And investment support, which is again we can always do, as we are well funded by Seed India Fund scheme and many other schemes that can be done. And 10.28 crore of soft infra support if you are incubated in that cohort, and corporate connect to get your first customer, and many more. So definitely look forward for you to come up and join us in the cohort if you are looking to disrupt any of insurance per se. So this is our team email ID. You can write us anytime, or maybe my personal email ID. So we'll definitely to help you.
Thank you so much, Sayam. And now I would like to invite Mr. Anil Singh, AGM Operations, to announce the second launch of the day.
Thank you, Pragya, for inviting me. In fact, I did it within 30 seconds, but let me just give a little bit more brief to our audience what exactly it was. So normally, like, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before the announcement, I was looking to thank you, Ramanan sir, but finally we did it and he left. I'm Anil Singh on behalf of Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH. I would like to bring in your notice that we have created 2 programs to support our startup ecosystem across the country. Apart from our regular incubation program and supporting startups, whatever programs we are running, apart from this program, we are also coming out with this program supporting incubators. Since our inception in 2018, we are helping to create a healthy startup ecosystem. And we are supporting our 16 academic partners, universities and colleges in developing their entrepreneurship cell, incubation center, and supporting them to build the right partners and mentors network. During this activity, we realized that we should create a program for the university across the country, which is much needed. Which much needed for these the sector, which can be across country. People are needing that. We are starting our first program called Incubation Center Development Program to support and help the organizations to set up their incubation center in their respective organization.
Anil sir, again, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, would you like to share that? Yes, absolutely perfect. Please go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, ma'am. Our programs gives a complete overview of the successful running process, advantage to collaborate and different partners, to give an idea about different phase of development of an incubation center. We are helping to discuss an ideal incubator strategy with the help of business model canvas, sustainability and incubation center, one-on-one hand-holding and personalized mentorship to all the participants who they're going to be part of this program. The duration of this program will be 1 year and will support them to create a successful incubator. Another major challenge which I was discussing, the staff which is going to run the incubation center, there are really short of that staff creation. So we create a program under the name of Incubator Staff Training Program. We will train and upskill the knowledge for the graduate and postgraduate to be right fitment for the incubators. If anybody interested, please note down our email ID or contact, as Sayam sir mentioned. Let me just repeat it again. It's anil.singh@aicbimtech.com, kapil.agarwal@aicbimtech.com, and numbers, we're going to just type it in the chat box. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Pragya. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to invite Anmol for the last announcement of the day. Anmol, over to you.
Thank you, Pragya ma'am. As we have mentioned earlier, our incubator was selected for seed fund scheme by Startup India and Invest India. Since then, we have evaluated hundreds of startups, and as of date, we have selected 9 startups for funding. 3 of these got selected for grant funding, and the rest were for commercialization. Starting with startups that have received grant funding, we have selected Cricket Shots, which is a mobile game development studio working on a blockchain-powered card collectible sports strategy game based on real-life cricket analytics. We have Licotronics, which is, they are specialized in inks based on carbon, silver, copper that are economical, indigenously developed. These inks are specially designed on to work on a variety of substrates and are customized depending on the end user requirement. We also have MapDeck, one of our grantees. They are working on Krishi Sambandh. And through Krishi Sambandh, they envision to create an ecosystem of sustainable agriculture where farming is driven by demand and practiced the most environmentally sustainable way. They are doing this through AI and ML enabled agri-tech platform that intelligently derives the most ecologically and economically efficient region for serving any incoming need, and thus forms the farming clusters. For the companies we selected for commercialization funding, starting with Credit Siddhi, which is credit delivery fintechs focused on viable and in-time business credit for the underbanked micro segments of MSME. Credit Siddhi delivers actionable appraisals and deep engagement for their lending partners to build quality asset books at scale. Their phygital approach derives scale in digitally gray borrower segment. LoadX, another startup we have selected, is a technology-powered logistics company that provides last-mile logistics with light electric vehicles. It is focused on aggregating light commercial vehicles used in last-mile transportation, deliveries, and pickups. Their fleet is mostly electric. MyEra, it is an AI-powered marketing platform that recommends trends and auto-generates marketing creatives in just a matter of few clicks. It tracks and helps one to manage the overall brand health on social media. Social media marketers use MyEra already to make their creative generation and distribution process quicker and more efficient with no dependencies. New Payment Technologies, which is an integrated digital payment in a box API platform for businesses. It helps them build their own digital payment instruments, like own brand of store cards, gift cards for their customers, or reimbursement payout cards for their agents, suppliers, and employees. O2Nail is another startup that we have selected, and it is India's one of the leading technology-first nail care boutique chain in the country. With their IoT platform, O2Nail offers technologically unique product propositions, allowing customers to choose custom and tailor-made nail care solutions that can be done in under 30 seconds. And finally, Dectrocell, which is a health tech startup that uses homegrown AI technology to aid in diagnosis of respiratory abnormalities and for facial analysis to detect genetic disorder in children for as little as ₹100. Dectrocell has 2 products, respiratory diagnostic screening tool and genetics disorder diagnostic screening tool. They are addressing India's massive problem of healthcare inaccessibility and unaffordability. And finally, how to apply for seed funding. Startups that are interested in seed funding should visit seedfund.startupindia.gov.in and click on the Apply Now button. Also, make sure to select AIC BIMTECH as your incubator preference. Thank you, and over to you, Pragya ma'am.
Thank you so much, Anmol. And now I would just like to end the session, and I would like to thank Dr. Abha Rishi for presenting the 4-day event synopsis, and Chaturvedi sir for addressing the audience with his inspiring words. Furthermore, let's have a special recognition to all the audience and participants who remain patient throughout and encourage the morale of the speakers by their gusto and enthusiasm. Thank you so much for being our pillars of support. I would like to thank Birla Institute of Management Technology, our host institute, our 90+ corporate and academic partners, along with our hosting partners, Zoom and Zoho. I would today, as it is the end of our event, I would like to thank each and every member of Atal Incubation Center. It was the dedication, determination, and enthusiasm of the team, which made Amalgam 2.0 a huge success. So I would like to thank each member of the team. Bear with me, starting from Dr. Abha Rishi for guiding us and providing the vision. Mr. Anil Sangh, AGM Operations, for always having a solution in mind when faced with a challenging scenario. Mr. Abhinav, AGM Marketing, multifaceted patient team member with an amazing skill set in content creation and designing. Mr. Sayam Dhingra, AGM Venture Development, a teammate who brings incredible inventive ideas to the table and ensures that they are implemented, pushing us to go that extra mile. Mr. Anmol, Deputy Manager, Content Creation. So he is a hidden tech-savvy team member of our team who is responsible for the fantastic material you see in our newsletters and brochures and pays special attention to detail. Mr. Kapil, Assistant Manager, Incubation and Operations, ex-entrepreneur himself, highly dedicated and efficient in supporting startups. Sometimes I doubt if he's working for the incubator or the startups. That's difficult to say sometimes. Ms. Prashasti, Assistant Manager Marketing. You may not have seen her on screen, but she has been the driving force behind the massive promotion and marketing you've noticed. And in the end, Ms. Anisha, Assistant Manager Analytics, a new member of our team, but extremely diligent and always super enthusiastic. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining in for the
And I'm going to now ask the team to unmute themselves and give a big cheer to Pragya.
Hello.
Who has been there throughout.
Yes.
What I call the backbone of the entire AIC BIMTECH, the go-to person for anything and everything. 3 cheers for Pragya.
Thank you, Pragya.
Thank you so much, team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Exactly.
All the audience.
Yes, and thank you to the audience for having been staying with us throughout the 4 days. Thanks a lot. Take care, all of you, and have a great night. And have a great weekend also.
Yes.
And please follow us on LinkedIn, social media, whatever programs and anything we are coming out, we're going to post on social media. Please follow us there. And definitely we'll get update on daily basis. Processly will make sure that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the audience. Good night. Have a great weekend. Good day.
Good evening, everyone. Have a nice